Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Friday, February 9th. Welcome to my desk. Let me zoom out just a little here and adjust my camera if I can without dropping it. Good morning. I hope that you're off to a good weekend. Let me get to my channel so that I can welcome folks in when they come in. Do, 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 do. Wake up, wake up, wake up. We've got one person out there and it might be me. Chat filter, all messages. Wake up, world. It's time to get up, world. It's time to do some art. So I have this cigar box that Becky took a box and maybe probably last year or the year before, she altered hers completely. I didn't want to ruin this box, so I just put trim around it. This is a nice box. It's got a flip top lid to it. And I have some things in here. What I want to start putting in here is my zines. I think this is a box I made with Becky. It might hold zines. Let's see, the lid is over here. What do I just have this Becky sent me some stickers. She was doing some doodle stickers. But I remember making this with Becky, and here's the stickers she sent me on this box. But I'm going to put my zines in here. I have some other little things. I got some pocket angel coins and a safety pin and some staples. And this is just a little block to keep everything separated. And what else do I have in here? I have something else here. Oh, a heart. Create in me a clean heart. I think that probably came from Arlene. God, create a clean heart in me. All right, so I'm going to put my little zines in here. I'll probably have to adjust all. Oh, will it fit? Well, it'll fit this way. I might have to make me another box or get another box to put my zines in. But for now, I need to get them off my desk. And you know what? I don't know if this one's going to fit in there or not. Over here, maybe. It's a tight fit. Probably should take this box out, but there we go. So I'll put that aside for now. And let's see. Oh, look at the people who came in. Let me reset my chat filter and say good morning to everybody. Good morning, everybody. Rhonda. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Arlene. Hi, Mina. Hi, Becky. Good morning, Becky. Mina says, hi, Arlene and Rhonda. Arlene says, hi, Mina and Aunt Beck. Kimberly. Kimberly says, good morning, Meri. Hi, Kimberly. Arlene, Kimberly. They're all saying good morning to each other. Wake up, wake up, wake up. The other thing I did is I had this little box. It has a little house box. I'm not sure where I got it. It had some cards in it that I'm going to, but I've been putting my scrap pieces in there. And so I'm going to kind of do that until I probably have to take them out and do something with them. But that's for slow stitch. I'll put the buttons in there too and the peggages. I've just filled it all up right here. But I kind of have to clear some of this stuff off my desk. That doesn't go in there because I'm needing room to work. Got some washi tape that needs to be put in this drawer. Okay, so we're working on different things this morning. Different. I want to work on Becky's fabric that I did the painting on with her in her I want to measure that all out for my slow stitch book. I want to work on the postcards here are just about, the paper dolls, he's just about done. I'm going to have to do something with the back of his head and his hands and feet and put his hat on him. And I need to make her dress, and this is courtesy of Becky Winkle Picker. Made out of scraps when I cut out the shapes here. So we're going to get to those, hopefully. I'm going to set them aside, though. What I want to do right now is I want to work on my calendar page. And I've been taking these out. And today is Friday, February the 9th. And we're just going to take it out, and we're going to work on the back of it. And we're going to leave Mr. Ross's painting on the front. Let me put this over here. And whoops, let me grab it here. I've got 2 of these pages done. I didn't get these till last week sometime, though. Here's the first one that I did. Just let your imagination take you. And I think that was, I'm not sure. Oh, that was the 2nd of February. And then this one was the 7th. And today we're on the 9th. And I'm going to bind these in a journal somehow. I might have to put them on a page. I see they have a margin. This one doesn't have a margin, but I could make a margin. I could leave the margins here so that I could bind them. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that because I want them to flip. I might just poke holes in them and try to find some ring binders. But, whoops, I got the calendar page here. But maybe I'll put, maybe I will put fabric, some of the scrap fabric that's filling up on there. Let's get this out again. Haha, I just put it all away. Let's just pull some of this out. And maybe we'll just do, now that's got batting on the back of it. And since it's February, let's do the pink and the Amore. Let's do this. And let's grab a piece of this pink. Yeah. Put the fringe down at the bottom. And we need something. Here's a little rose. We need something in the gap. I need something in the gap. Oh, how about some music? Christmas Carol? I don't think so. Not in February. How about this little piece? I want to say good morning to everybody. Good morning, and I hope you're off to a good, really good weekend. What happened to that little flower? Where did he wind up? Oh. Did he wind up on that piece of batting? Did I put him back in there? What I have in here. I got some of this pretty fabric that I want to doodle some elephants off of that ribbon. Well, I don't know what happened to my flower. That's looks like a handy wipe. All right, well, I'm going to have to do something else instead of the flower. I'm going to put this on with the fine art glitter glue. Just get it on there. Might keep that out. Maybe put a button on it. Oh, there's my flower. All right. And let's rip it here. Rip it, rip it. If I can. Oh, need to cut it a bit more. There we go. I'm liking that. This won't take me long. I don't need my calendar anymore. Mr. Ross. And let's get the fine art glitter glue. I want to welcome you all in. I hope that you're off to a really good weekend. I'm going to have a busy weekend. What did I do with that? Here it is. Good morning, good morning. Nina's here, Rhonda's here, Kimberly's here, Arlene is here. I said Rhonda, didn't I? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to you. Am I in a good mood? I did fall asleep last night at I had been, and I'm trying to, I think I'm going to have to take this out in the kitchen and clean off although it doesn't say it's clogged. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to get my pliers out. Yeah, what I think never takes long ends up taking long. Where's my pliers? Well, they were here and got buried. What did I do with those? Well, never here when there they are. I just want to see what's underneath this cap. Boy, I'll tell you, I might have to run that under some hot water. Oh, I'm breaking the little foam piece off. It's not coming off. It's glued on there, baby. I'm going to have to run it under some hot water, I think. That is glued. Huh. Well, and I lost my pen. I lost my needle. Anybody see where my needle flew off to? Doggone it. Well, it's gone. That's the thing about having I put it in it's in the nozzle, thank goodness. Yeah, my little foam rubber thing is falling off. Not off to a good start. I said this was just going to take a minute. All right, let's do this again. See if I can get that stuff out. Just enough to put the papers on. Yeah. I might have to go to another glue. I'm going to have to clean this nozzle. It is not cooperating. Boy, that's really glued on there too. All right, we're just going to put it right down on here. Nice and crooked. That should hold the fabric if it holds that cap together. If I can get it out. I'm going to go to Becky's glue because I have pulled the foam off of this. It's not the nozzle that's giving me the problem because this pin goes in easy. Well, it did go in easy. It's underneath the cap here, and I need to hold that under some hot water. So I'm going to put that up underneath my phone. Let's get Becky's baby bot out. We'll finish this up. This, I'm trying to use all this so I can put glue all in it. This is school glue. And I'm having the worst problem with glue this morning. Now, I might have to refill this. It's not plugged up. What is the deal with the glue this morning? I had the caps on it. Is it plugged up here? I think so. Yep, Mary, it's plugged up. If you clean your nozzles, you'd be wouldn't have this problem. Clean your nozzles, Mary. Clean your nozzles. Yeah, I make a mess of things. How plugged up that is. Yeah. Let me wipe the pin off. All right, now it should work. Maybe. Clean your nozzle. And I do think I'll take my spreader, because I am using fabric. What you doing this weekend? I'm not planning anything. I might have to, though, if the phone rings, I might have to go offline. We're expecting a phone call this morning. So I'll have to listen for that. Now on this one, I'm going to put the glue on the fabric because it's wrinkly. Come on. Come on, babe. Baby, baby. And we'll put some in here. And I'm going to kind of spread this. And down it goes. I'll put it right in here like a little envelope, maybe. I have to move it up. Just like a little envelope. And maybe we should put that flower sticking to my fingers. Maybe we should put that flower there. I like that. Now all I need is a word. It's got words up there. I'm in a good mood. Look, I got this piece of padding. It was an experiment. I was experimenting. Maybe I'll save that for another piece. I'll put it in there. Kind of like it is. Let's trim off the excess here. I was watching Janet. She doesn't throw away these little bits. So I guess that means I better start keeping mine, huh? I'm going to leave that. I'm kind of liking that. I'm going to take these fabric scraps off my desk now. This is just a cute little box. Cute little tin box. That is for my fabric snippets. And this, oh, wait. This goes in. Ooh, this could have gone on here. We'll save that for another day. This is all my thread snippets and other stuff. Thread. It's an orc port. So, and then I have been, let's see, did I do it in here? Might be in my other. Come on, get in there. I picked this up again watching Cattails. I don't know if this is the one. I had been winding thread along in little pieces of paper and then sticking them in here like gum wrappers, gum pieces. So I'm saving my gum boxes that I chew. All right, this I'm going to put in that fabric box. I'm just going to put it here for now. Get this off my desk. I guess, since I don't really have a word out here that I see right off the bat. Oh, I almost glued that $20 bill on there. What do I want to put there? I want something on here. How about something from there? Let's see what I can find. Something sweet. Something sweet. Music instruments. Decorated toy toilet sets. Clocks. How about a clock? It's time you be my Valentine. It's time you be my Valentine. Time to be my Valentine. I don't like it. Put it back in there. How about a watch? A pocket watch. I want a fancy one. A small fancy one. Or a brooch. Look at the hats. The millinery department for Gertrude is a milliner. It's only one little half page of it. Well, I wish I could find some larger words. Ooh, how about a lady? How about a lady or two? Would she fit on there? I'm going to take this one right down here. Ooh, we got one on the back, though. I don't want to ruin it. What's on right here? Hold on. Here, we're going to take this lady right down here. I'm going to put her on there, just to sweeten the pot. Yep, that works for me. Over here, no, right in there. And then I guess I'll call it done, because it's got amore, love, be mine. We'll put it right down in here. I like that. And then I'll have 3 pages done in February. All right, we're going to call that done. I'm going to wipe off my nozzle here. Try to keep it clean. I think that fine art glitter glue, I glued it together trying to refill it, and my hand bopped. All righty. So we're done with that. I'm saving this, but I don't think this will be big enough without breaking the spine to do. Well, it might be. We'll see. I'm just kind of, I didn't intend on using this as a book cover jacket, but I need some place to put my finished pages. All right, now that's something different. All right, next, Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Who's up for some Shakespeare this morning? This was a little book. I think I got it from Johnny. I'm not real sure where I got this. It could have been one of my mom's, but I think I got this from Johnny. Let's look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. Top messages and chat filter, all messages. Who came in? Kitty Jen. Good morning, Kitty Jen. Good morning, Dar. Hi, Teresa. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, Dar. Arlene is here. Arlene says, today is my sister Robin's 55th birthday. Oh, that Becky said that. Happy birthday, Robin. Happy birthday to Robin. Happy birthday to Robin. Happy birthday, dear Robin. I hope you have many more. Happy birthday, Becky, to Robin's sister. Happy birthday. And Arlene dropped a link to K3N Clocktail's channel. I'm following her to, I didn't get the video. I had the online tatting design class. Boy, am I learning from that. I am so enjoying that, you guys. I had that in the afternoon and kept getting interrupted by phone calls. This might be a good time to say it. If you guys are of a praying spirit, please keep my brother in your prayers. I don't want to talk about what he's going through. It's not serious, but I don't feel comfortable talking about his medical issues on here. It's not really an issue, but it kind of scares me in a way. So I get scared very easily. Just keep him in your prayers. We're going to have to go back to the doctor on Monday. So, and that's another trip to Lincoln. It tires me out. But while the doctor's doing his deal, I'm going to sneak out and see if I can't get to Joanne's up in Lincoln. I think it's pretty close. So, but please keep him in your prayers. And also pray for my brother that his mental attitude would, be of a, he's a pretty good brother. He's so laid back, but sometimes I worry about him. So I just want to say, please pray for him, and I'll let you know after Monday how it all went. It's not serious, but it could be serious if something's not done. So, all right, that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to talk because I'm not comfortable. It's kind of his private medical stuff, and, just keep him in your prayers. Dar says, thank you, Arlene. Dar says, I wish I was 55 again. I don't know if I would want to go back. I don't think I would. I think I'm happy being the age I am, because I kind of look back of all the struggles in my life, and I don't think I'd want to go through them again. I've learned my lessons. Let's enjoy the rest of my life. Oh, Kimberly is serving Dar up some coffee. Thank you, Kimberly. Double nickels, Becky. 55, double nickels. You love torn edges? I do too, Teresa. Let's see, what else is going on here? Teresa says, good morning, Mary and friends. It's nice to see you all this morning. Good morning, Teresa. Here's where we said happy birthday to Robin. What's Mary trying to make? I was just doing a calendar page, Jen. That's all I was trying to make. Becky says, I had to fix Scott up a lunch of fridge leftovers real quick. He will be leaving in about 20 minutes. The heat gun may lose it. Well, the only thing I'm worried about using the heat gun is that is plastic. It's a hard plastic. I think I'm going to try running some hot water over it first, and if that doesn't do the job, I might have to get the heat gun out to loosen up that fine art glitter glue bottle. Kimberly says, good morning. I think I'm back to all the good mornings. Thank you, Kitty Jen. I appreciate that. Brothers are important, and my brother has been so good to me. My older brother has been so good to me, and I try to keep him informed about how much I appreciate being able to stay down here. So, but I still worry about him sometimes. All right, Shakespeare. I'm just going to talk about this little book, and I think I got it from Johnny, although I see a torn spot. We're going to have to fix that. It's not torn. It looks like it had something glued onto it. All right. So what I thought I would do, and I think this, it says OSD. D-E-S-C-A-T-T, Oscat. Oh, or that's maybe a D. O, is that an O-C-H-D-E-S-T, Cott? But I don't think that's the author signature. I think that's a signature of whoever owned this book, because this was edited by John Richard Green, professor of English literature at the University of Dublin, author of Shakespeare, His Mind and Art, a critical study, New York, but I couldn't see a copyright date. New York, New York, New York. There's no copyright date in here. But what I thought it would be fun to do is just read a paragraph out of here. We're going to start with chapter 1, the Elizabethan drama. And I don't know if I'll read this whole page. I don't see a break in this as far as a paragraph goes. What? There's no paragraphs? Oh, right here. We're not going to read the whole thing. Just read a sentence or two. England in Shakespeare's youth. In the closing years of the 16th century, the life of England ran high. Well, that's interesting. So the 16th century would have been in the 1500s. The revival of learning had enriched the national mind with a store of new ideas and images. So they could have joined the Society of Idea Collectors. The reformation of religion had been accomplished, and its fruits were now secure. 3 conspiracies against the Queen's life had recently been foiled, and her rival, Queen of Scots, had perished on the scaffold. Oh dear. So I'm going to stop there. And what I want to do is grab my phone and go to Wikipedia, and let's look up the, it doesn't say, who was the Queen of England in the 16th century. Let's see. Let's just look that up. Let's go to Google. Let's go to Google. I was watching Tucker Carlson. Let's get out of that. Come on, I don't want that. Come on. Well, let's do a new tab. All right. So I'm going to type in Queen of England. And it doesn't say when in the 16th century. In 16th century. And hopefully we'll find some information on Wiki. Elizabeth I was the last Tudor monarch born in Greenwich on September 7th, 1533, the daughter of Henry VIII and his second wife, Anne Boleyn. Is Queen Elizabeth a Tudor? What happened to Henry's daughter, Elizabeth? Which 16th century British queen never married? What happened to Elizabeth I after here? Here she is. I want to go to Wiki. Elizabeth, because Wiki's in the public domain, so I feel comfortable going here. Elizabeth I, from September 7th of 1533 to March of 1603, was the Queen of England and Ireland from November 17th, 1558 until her death in 1603. She was the last monarch of the House of Tudor. So all I want to do is go to this image, which what is in the public domain. Let's look at the details. Details. Come on. And here we are at the detail page. The Darnley portrait of Elizabeth I. It's all in a foreign language. Artist was John Corvus. It's a painting. The Darnley portrait of Elizabeth I of England was named after a previous owner, probably from life. This portrait is a source of the face pattern called the Mask of Youth, which would have been used for authorized portraits of Elizabeth for decades to come. So Elizabeth I was the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn. And here she is. And we're just going to, maybe I'll save this image off in my library and open it up because I have better luck on my library. We're just going to do a quick sketch in here. And I don't know if I want to use, let's use my, if I can find it here, making note to get me a Tombow pen when we go to Lincoln on Monday. Here we go. I'm just doing a quickie sketch. I kind of want to read like a first paragraph and then do something. So the Queen's life, three conspiracies against this Queen's life had recently been foiled, and her rival, the Queen of Scots. But we're going to do Elizabeth I here. And I'm just going to do a quickie sketch here, and it's not going to be anything. And let's see how this acts on here. Pretty good. It's not going to be anything, but this is kind of fun because when I sketch it out like this, it helps me remember what I read, hopefully. And then I'll forget it in a minute. I'll forget it in the next minute. So we're just going to kind of do a little line drawing here. I'm down here on her sleeve. And then we got the ruffle in here. And the ruffle's really interesting. Look at that ruffle. It's kind of, let's see. It starts here. And it comes around and goes like that. And like that. And it comes around like that. And I'm doing a poor job of this. Something like that. It's awful big ruffle. And then, let's see, let's go back up here where her bodice is here. And she's got a shoulder. And she's got, look at these pearls. I'll bet those are real pearls too. I'll bet they're real. And then her dress has all these bands across it. That's interesting. But let's come down here and do this V-shaped, and probably comes up out like that. And comes in like that. We're going to, looks like she's got a pretty tiny waist. At least in this painting, her waist is tiny. All right. And let's do this sleeve over here. Just kind of learning from the text by drawing. And then she's got that interesting ruffle again here. Kind of like that. And then the skirt starts to pleat out. Let's make her hand in here. She's got long fingers. And then her skirt kind of pleats out that way. And she's holding on to this beautiful bouquet of feathers and flowers. It looks like a feathery, it does, it looks like feathers and flowers. So she's kind of holding a bouquet of something in here. It smells good out there. My brother must be cooking something, which is dangerous for me. I've been doing good the last few days. I still have to cook that cabbage. Can't decide what I want to make out of that cabbage. It needs to be eaten though, or I'm going to run into trouble with it. But I was really good yesterday and I wasn't even hungry. I get hungry when I smell food. All right, so we're just going to put some pleats in here. Some little pleats going out this way. No. All right, and then come back up here, and it's got a ruffly color up here. But I'm not going to get all that on there. let's see. Her face is sort of long and narrow. And she, of course, has her crown on her head here. Sorry, I'm not doing you justice, Queen Elizabeth. And let's kind of put her crown on her. In there. And then this ruffle. Which is an interesting ruffle. Because I want to... hold on. I have to... That's an interesting ruffle to doodle. My thoughts don't want to go there. All right, I'm happy with that. I don't know about her face, so let's give her some lips. Some pretty lips. And a nose. And it'll come up like that. And like that. And I don't want to give her too heavy on an eyebrow. And let's put some hairlines in here. Are you guys seeing? And then she's got her eyes in here. Oh, dearie me. And let's put these pearls, kind of just bring them down. It's a double string of pearls coming down. And it comes down this way, and then it loops around, and then loops back down this way and goes up. Something like that. And then she has those little, there's a center line coming down this way that has little buttons on it. You can't see them very well because they're the same color as the bands. And then it has those bands. And then her dress, her sleeve is all a beautiful, beautiful pattern that I can't even attempt on here, but I'm going to draw a little, kind of little tulip-shaped flower on here. And do a little paisley swig in there with some little floral leaves. And let's do another one up here. And I'm not going to color it. I'm just going to do a little sketchy sketch. And I think the sleeve here is of the same type of fabric. Yep. Oh, look at that jewel there. Oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And that comes around, that's around her waist here. She's got a jeweled belt right in there. It's a jeweled belt. Look at those little pearls. And then it's on a cord, and it comes under her arm. And look at that jewel. I didn't see that on there. Let's put that on there. Just kind of pretty, like little piece on there. And I'll put it in there. come up here, and she's got this. Where did it go? Over here. She's got right in here on this V. It's a little shape with a dot in it. And it's got a little floral pearls in there. There. Now let's finish this. And I'm just doing kind of little sketchy, fast sketchies. Oh, what is her arm? Her arm is really big over here. We don't need all of that. And what is her arm over here doing? It's just I'm right down there. Yeah. There. All right, that's my sketch of Queen Elizabeth I. And let's go back to Wiki and go back one, go back one. It's the Darnley portrait. The oranges and browns of her dress would have been a crimson red in Elizabeth's time. One more time. Queen Elizabeth I was September the 7th, of 1533, this is her birth date, to March 24th of 1603. She was the last monarch of the House of Tudor. Last monarch of House of Tudor. And her father was Henry VIII. I'm Henry VIII, I am. Henry VIII. Henry. The 1, 2, 3. And her mother was Anne Boleyn. A-N-N-E. Boleyn. B-O-L-E-Y-N. And I'm going to sign this. And today is 2/9/2024. And I just did this sketch off of this first paragraph, or the first sentence. The Queen's life had recently been foiled, and her rival, the Queen of Scots, perished on the scaffold. So there we go. Let's do a little floral in here. Ha! Looks weird. Let's put a leaf in there. All right, that's all I want. So that's kind of fun to do. Also, I don't know much about, Janet Nash would know more about English history than me, but I found this little book and I thought it would be fun to do stuff like this. I might read something off the next page and sketch it down below as I go through. So we'll keep this book out somewhere. Now, let's look at chat. Let me get rid of my phone here. I don't want to get rid of it. I want to turn it off, save the juice. Let's look at chat. What's going on in chat? Penelope, you can keep us company. Let me refresh my chat. I'll start down at the bottom. Lovely sketch. Thank you, Arlene. Ah, thank you, Dar. She says, Meri is good at sketching and does it so fast. Well, I've been sketching all my life. I'm not a master, but I do have fun. And that's what's important. It doesn't matter what your sketch looks like. Just have fun. Because your art, especially in your art journals, are for you. Herman's Hermits, earworm. What is that? Herman's Hermits, earworm. My sketchy sketch? Oh, Dar, you're so funny. Kimmers, I only remember highlights or bad things, apparently. Oh, Dar, you're too nice. Let's see. Wasn't Anne Boleyn beheaded? Her mother might have been. Let's see. Let's type that in there and see. Let's see if Anne Boleyn's... because I think so. Henry VIII killed several of his wives. They couldn't give him a son. Let's see. Was Anne was it Boyln beheaded? Go. On May 2nd, she was arrested and sent to the Tower of London, where she was tried before a jury of peers, including Henry Percy, her former betrothed, and her uncle, Thomas Howard, the 3rd Duke of Norfolk. She was convicted on May 15th and beheaded 4 days later. What happened to King Henry's Anne Boleyn? Did Anne's child survive? Anne had one living child who went on to become the legendary Queen Elizabeth III, but historians also note that she had a miscarriage in 1534 and gave birth to a stillborn boy in January 1536. Why did Henry fall out of love with Anne? Anne's innocence and Henry's impatience, combined with apparently intermittent impotence, meant the marriage was not consummated. Henry persisted for 4 nights before blaming Anne's unattractive physical appearance for his failure to do his duty. So he killed her. Oh, man. That's horrible. I don't get it some days. I don't think they could behead wives in America today. So there we go. That's the answer to your question, Dar. Prayers for your brother. Thank you, Kitty Jen. I do. Prayers for him. Thank you, Arlene. All right. I think I'm caught up to you guys. Teresa said, I love torn edges. And they're saying good morning to Becky. Good morning, Meri and friends. It's nice to see you this morning. It's Robin's birthday. Robin is Becky's sister. If you see her, wish her a happy birthday. If you see Becky, wish Becky a happy birthday to pass on to Robin. Okay, I'm going to zoom out because what I have here is a haul that I got from Pearl. I attended Pearl's auction, a week or so ago, but let me tear, it's heavy. I forgot what I got, you guys. Let me tear the label off before let me cut this label and tear it off before I put the box up there. And I'm going to have to zoom out. But this will be a nice box to put some of my junk in. Not junk, my stash. All right, here's the box. It's heavy. I think I got some spools in here. There might be some cigar boxes. Yeah, let me zoom out. Yep. There it is. Henry VIII was an idiot, Becky said. It was his addition that created the daughters. The mother had nothing to do with the gender, really, yeah. Well, you know, when you get that much power, you can blame anybody you want, right? And poor Anne got the worst of it. But her daughter survived. That's the good thing. Or I guess it was back then. I did get blades for my other utility knife, so I'm going to have to put those in. All right, here we go. All right. Put that knife away and let's open this box and see what's in here. Hold on a minute. Oh, got some AirPods in there on that tape. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like she taped an envelope onto the top of the box there. Okay, here we go. Oh, I bought fabric. Let's just open it up this way. I bought this huge, big piece. It's huge. But look. And look at this. Look at that trim. Wow, that's beautiful. I think it's a pillow cover. It is big, and I think that's what's making... No. Oh, she's got stuff wrapped up in there? I think she's got stuff wrapped up in here. Let me pull it out. Or maybe it's just the whole piece. Boy, that took up most of it. Oh, man. Oh, she had some stuff wrapped up in it. Hold on. Let me pull it out here. No, that was just... Yeah, hold on. I dropped some stuff. I spilled my... Hold on, let me... I spilled my box of tatting here. I've got to pick it up or I'll run over my stuff, and I didn't want to do that. I had it there, but my chair knocked it. Boy, that is huge. It's like a duvet cover, a big old pillow cover. I'm going to be tearing... It's heavy, too. I'm going to be tearing this apart. It's got beautiful silk lining on it. On the inside, beautiful gold. And it's got all that beautiful trim. Man, that's huge. And it's heavy. And it's got tassels on the ends. Pearl, that took up most of the box. And there's some fabric in here, I was buying fabric from her. That's why I went to her stream. This looks like upholstery fabric. And here are my... I'm going to throw this plastic away because I cut into it. Here are my spools that I bought from her. Oh, one of them's half there. She must have just stuck that in as a... This will hold something, though. I could put a doll on there. Here's some more fabric. Let's just pull this out. Wait a minute. Let me get rid of this big, huge piece here. I'm going to take it out in the other room and tear it apart today. Let me sit down. Put this box in my lap. Ow! We'll pull stuff out and I'll look at everything. There's that broken one. I got two broken ones. She must, I think she probably alerted me to that, 3 of them. I think she alerted me to that, but I can wind thread. I can put my crochet thread on there. And then I got, as I'm crocheting or tatting, I use the number 10 crochet thread when I tat. So I bought some spools. Here's another broken one. This one's kind of cute, though. So I got several. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spools that I'm going to put slow stitch on. I'm going to put these back after you've seen them. So these are the completed spools. And then these, you know, I can put crochet thread on them. Or make little dolls and put on there. Make, you know, little doll stands out of them. So I think I remember getting those. And then I bought more fabric. So let me put this box behind me and I'll fill it up with the fabric as I... Oh. All right. Let's see what I have here. I went to her sale because I wanted to get fabric. And we looked at this piece of upholstery here. It's got my little scrappies on it. I kind of like this for slow stitching. This will make a nice journal cover. And let's take a needle. We'll take this needle and run it through. Well, it goes through nice enough for me. K3N might have a problem with it, but it's upholstery fabric and it's pretty. And then in here, we'll come back to that. In here are some pieces. And this is what I'm after. This looks like a quilt block here. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's quilt blocks. Oh, this could go in my... Now, I'm not a quilter. But this could definitely go in my slow stitch journal. I'd probably have to cut it into pieces. But I could, you know, cut it halfway and halfway and make pages out of it. Slow stitch on that. I got 1, 2, 3. This one, yeah, 3. I got 4 blocks of that. So I get this stuff for slow stitching. I don't get it for quilting. And it kind of matches that, doesn't it? And here's a some crocheted pieces. Here, these are nice. I'm into the slow stitching this year. Here's some pretty little hankies. Here, there's one here. And this has an edge here, kind of like a little embroidered side. 2 of those. The hankies cost me $2.50. That's a pretty little hanky. Oh, you guys, I need to zoom back in so you can see this stuff better. Hold on. How does that work? Let me catch up with you. Let me get on my red dot over here. Okay. Now set the quality. Up from 480 to 1080, please. There we go. And this is just a little white one with a little teeny edging around it. I'll use these for slow stitching. This has got a little crocheted edging. All hand done though. You can tell this is hand done. And here's a dresser scarf. And again, this could be a journal cover or it could be used for... I got it because of the Cupid on it. I got it because of the Cupid. A little cross-stitch Cupid on both sides. So darling. Maybe I'll keep that out because Valentine is coming up. Here's a pretty little doily. And another one. And here's some more quilt blocks. Cost me $2. Some more quilt blocks. Now, I don't know if I'd want to cut this up, but I'm not sure how I'd handle it. Because I'll be putting... I won't be making pillows or quilts or anything. But I do like this. And I got 4 of them. And of course they're machine quilted, but they're nice. They're nicely done. Got a little pucker in there, but other than that, It'd be much nicer than, maybe that's just a matter of ironing it too. Might have just puckered with all the folding and everything. So there are those. And you know, I'm into slow stitching, so fabric, give me fabric, lots of fabric. And here we've got one more package of it here. Is that gonna stay? I don't know. One more. Of course, you know, anything gold, I've got to put my hands on. And here's just some white. It's a kind of like a white linen tablecloth. But here again, I'm thinking slow stitch pages. And it's already curved, so these will make nice pages. I'm going to be slow stitching, I think, the rest of my life. And here's some crocheted edge pillowcase. Here. And same here. This one's a little, looks like it's been, this one has the initial on it, though. I think it's a W, but if you turn it upside down, it's an M for Meri. And it's a little yellowed, but it's an older one. And these are all, this is another one. This one has that French, what do they call that, Becky? French seaming, where they pleat the fabric. It's got the French seams, I think it's called. It's got the little puckers on there. This is a pillowcase. I think that's called French seaming. It's a large pillowcase. It's a pretty one. Let me get the price tags off. A couple more here. This is, I just love this stuff. I just love it. You don't find, you know, we don't do this in 2024. Well, some of us do. We're getting back to it in the slow stitching. This has some spots on it, but I'm going to cut this up. So that'll get tossed. I won't keep that. And then a crocheted doily. Here's pretty little doily, hand crocheted. And another one. Two matching. And then the gold fabric here. So Meri's going to have fun with slow stitching. Like I said, I'll be slow stitching for the rest of my life. And here's some more gold fabric with the trim on there. I'm very happy with all of this. I'm going to put all of this back in the box. I'm going to tear apart that big one today, I think. And I'll put the bags back in the box because I'll be packing this back up. I'm going to keep the Cupid one out. And let's see what this is. Technical Source Premium Cast-Coated Digital Papers. Super gloss. I think these are photo papers. I thought I would try them in my printer. Premium cast-coated digital paper. Put Technical Source papers to work. Watch small runs develop into big ideas. It's a top shelf paper for top of the results. I don't think it's photo paper. Let's open one. I think this is just, it says it's digital coated. It's a coated paper. Compare to leading MIL and OEM brands. I don't think this is a photo paper. They call it a digitally sourced. I'm not sure what they mean by that. But I don't think it's a photo paper, you know, like a glossy, you know what I'm talking about. I think this is more of a matte paper. We'll find out. Can't see to open it. Oh, wait, let's see what this is. I'm just going to take this off. All right. Let's see what this is all about. Technosaurs premium cast-coated digital papers, super gloss, 10.5 sheet super gloss C1S 12 PT. I don't think that's point. Oh, it is glossy paper. So I think I can run photos on this. It is glossy. I don't know what the 10 PT and the 15 or 12 PT stands for. Now this says it's 15 sheets of it, but they must be counting 2 sheets to a page. 1, 2, 3. I've only got 5, and I opened the package. 5 sheets, not 15. 5 sheets. I read it wrong. I read the parentheses as a 1. 5 sheets. So 10 sheets of this kind. And this must be a heavier paper. It feels heavier. Yeah, it's heavier. So I might try, I've got to put more ink in my printer. I might try printing out some stuff on this. All right, we'll just put those. All right, let's move on. I want to look at chat. I'll put this so it's nice and flat in here. Let me look at chat. What's next? I think I want to work on Becky's painted cloth. I want to get that measured out so I can start slow stitching. Did I see Janet Nash? Hi, Janet. Let me refresh my chat here. Because if I don't refresh it, I don't see all the messages. Because it doesn't normally like to scroll. All messages. Kimberly says, Paul is going to trim our crepe myrtles today. February is the month to do that here. Okay. Be careful, Paul. Does that require a chainsaw? It's wonderful, Janet says, to see signs of spring. Arlene, I know, and loads of buds too. Arlene says, Janet, yes, it's crazy. I have several plants that thinks it's spring, and I think they're going to get fooled this year. I don't think our winter is over with. Teresa, my brother's name is Thomas. Thank you for praying for him. I appreciate that. I think I'm more worried about it than he is. But I know if I take it to the Lord, it's in God's hands. We call it crepe murder, Becky says. Mary, oh, let's see. Thank you for the Zine Hot playlist, so handy. Thank you, Janet. I posted in our group to Raul because he said he didn't know how to create that. It's really simple if you want to create a playlist, because what you do is while you're in a hop, no matter what hop you're in, because if you create your own playlist and somebody clicks on, like if I create a playlist and somebody clicks on Janet Nash's video, I don't get the time, or I might get a second, but that isn't going to count. Because it goes out and links to Janet's video, and it gives Janet the time for everybody watching her video. It doesn't give me the time. So, but I like to build them in my library for the various hops that we're in, because it's fun to see the hop. But all you have to do is go out to your studio, create a private playlist, get it all set up. And then when you watch the videos, as you're watching a video, I think even on mine, let me check this here. See, over on my phone and on my tablet, after where there says like, share, report, click, save. Well, I hit the like and the save button, and then you can choose which playlist you want to save it in. So as I'm watching all the videos, I can click the save, And I actually put it in two. I put it in the hot playlist and in the indirect shout outs. Because the indirect shout out, I'm calling it an indirect shout out because YouTube, I'm going to have to check and see if they're still doing that, does not show everybody your like list. I mean, I don't get it. We're liking it. Why can't we share with people what we like? But for some reason, they aren't sharing. Like, I don't think I could. It used to be that I could not view Janet's like list. So I'm just made my own played list of videos that I like. When I click the like and it goes to what I call an indirect shout out. It's shouting out to people, hey, I like this video. You might want to watch it too. So, but that's all you have to do. And I save those hops in two of my playlists. And it isn't like it's filling up my channel because all it's doing is putting in a link to the videos that are in that playlist. Becky says, I need to shape ours to the height of our neighbor's fence. They're talking about the crepe myrtle. Becky, we don't hack them like some people do. Janet says, good morning to Teresa. Janet, my brother needs to go to the doctor again on Monday, and I don't want to talk about what's going on because of his personal, private medical things, but I am requesting prayer for him. It's not serious, but like I said, it probably scares me worse than it does for him. And I'm just requesting some prayer that everything would go good. And I really believe in group prayer, probably more than my brother does, but I think he appreciates the good thoughts and the prayers. He doesn't know that I'm saying this, and I'm really not comfortable saying what exactly is going on. It isn't like it's serious. It could get serious if it's not taken care of. And we're having to go back on Monday. The liked video playlist is a private playlist. Yeah, the one that YouTube gives us. When we just hit a like, I like that video, it's not something that you're sharing with somebody else. So I created one that I call indirect shout outs. And that should not be private. Thank you, Arlene, for looking that up. Thank you, Janet. Arlene says, Becky, I don't have the option to make mine public. I don't think you do on the like playlist. On the like one, I don't think you have an option. YouTube changed their ways. It used to be that they shared it, but people was going out and I guess abusing it somehow. I don't understand, but they changed it to a private one, and I don't think you can change that. You can change your own playlists. Good morning, sweet Janet. Teresa says, good morning, Freddie, Flo, Colin, Ben, and Sam. Teresa saying good morning. Thank you, Dar. Thank you. Thank you. Janet says, Teresa, we all send our love. Hi, Pam. Thank you, Pam. I do believe in group prayer. If you're of a religious thought, I don't want to force my beliefs off on anybody else. But, the Bible says where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there am I in the midst of them. So I do believe that God hears group prayer. In fact, I was going to preach to you, not preaching, just sharing. I was reading in my devotions this morning where, what's his name? The Emperor of Rome had put John to death, and he was so proud of that, he captured Peter, who are Christians, early Christian church. And he was going to put Peter to death, and he put him in prison. He was going to wait until after the Passover. He was trying to honor the Jews who were against the Christians at that time. And so he put Peter in prison and wasn't going to kill him until after the Passover. And in the meantime, well, I guess Peter was chained between two guards with heavy chains and everything. But in the meantime, all the time it said that the Christians were offering up constant prayer for Peter. And an angel came to Peter during the night and let him out of prison. And he went to the door of wherever the Christians were guarded. And a lady named Rhoda answered the door. And she said, she ran back. She didn't let him in. She ran back and said, Peter's at the door. Peter's at the door. And they didn't believe her. And Peter thought the whole time it was happening. Now I'm just kind of paraphrasing the biblical story that I read this morning. Peter said, I'm just seeing a vision. This can't be real. And when he was finally at the door, he goes, oh, this is real, you know? So, and it ended up that the guards, I felt sorry for the guards though. I mean, I guess the guards probably, you know, they were Roman soldiers and they probably killed their share of people in their time, but they ended up getting killed themselves because they didn't guard Peter from the angel. I kind of feel sorry even for the bad guys sometimes. So there's the Bible story in Meri's words. So if you think you're seeing an angel, you might be. Let's see what else is going on. Arlene dropped a link to the Zine Hop playlist. We had a really good time with that Zine Hop. I just thoroughly enjoyed it. Raul and Jasper did a good job of coordinating it. Up right until the last minute. It was the last minute for me getting all the links in. And finally, I just said they were premiere videos, and I don't care to do premiere videos. I don't like to do standalone videos. I like to go live. Because I stream on video on my phone, and then I have to, I do it unlisted, and then I have to download it and edit it and re-upload it, and it takes me all day to do one video almost, and I had 4 of them to do. But I got through it. At the last minute, I was putting, and finally I just put a link to Raul's community tab. I need to go back and change that to the playlist. But we had a good time, and let me say, Janet, the sale that Shelley and Malia had for Janet went over really good. We had a good time there. I paid for a couple things, but I'm still waiting for an invoice from Shelley. And I'm waiting for a couple packages from there yet. But yeah, there we go. Let's see. Meri, will you tell me your brother's name? I told you that. Janet, Meri, thank you for the Zine Hop playlist. Kimberly says, Paul is going to trim our carrot myrtle. Arlene says, Janet, it's crazy. I have several plants. I think it's spring. Janet's saying, good morning. Can you believe I noticed little daffodils blooming in the garden this morning? Oh, Janet. I think you guys have a more of an early spring than we do. I know back in 1998, when I had the opportunity to go to England with a group of needlework friends, it was in March. And spring was all over the place in England. We went to London, Janet. I didn't know you back then. But that was probably the trip of a lifetime for me. I'll probably never get over there. And I think that was in that was in March of 1998. Or it could have been 1999. I think it was 1998. All right, I think I'm caught up with chat. Let's go down to the bottom and see what's going on. The sale, Janet said, was heartwarming, yes. And Janet had won that Carol McDonald needlework sampler, the music one. And Tina O'Pages had won the from my giveaway. Well, really, it was Angie Brown who won it, but I couldn't get Angie to give me her address for some unknown reason. And so Tina had won that for Angie. Angie didn't enter the sale. It was Tina won it and wanted me to gift it to Angie. Well, Angie wouldn't give me her address. And that was before everything. And so I asked Tina if she wanted it, and I never got either one of them sent off. You know me, I'm horrible. Well, when Janet's sale come around, I'm going, it would be really nice to be able to donate those to benefit Janet's. And so I messaged both Janet and Tina, and both of them said, yes, please do. And I thought that was very kind of them. So they actually gave away their giveaways that they never got. But I think it all worked out in the long run. I was very happy to be able to do that. I still have Sharon's Santa Claus to mail. It's over here underneath of my phone. I still have it, Sharon. If you're out there listening, it's here. I'm going to get it in the mail one of these days. She's going, please do it before I'm 85. Arlene says, Becky, I can except for the liked and watch later. Those have no options. Yeah, you cannot change your watch later and your... I don't think YouTube gives you the option to change your your liked videos. Yeah, it used to be though, Becky. We used to be able to view other people's likes. And something happened that somebody was abusing it, and it became a big issue. And so YouTube just took it away and made it a private for yourself. We used to be able to share the liked videos because I would just click on it and people could see what I liked and what I didn't like. But it became an issue. I guess somebody out there was watching videos that were obscene or something, and they didn't want them shared with everybody else. So YouTube made it private, and you can't change it. So I just created another, and I still hit the like, but I just created an indirect shout out. And every time I hit my like, I also save it to, I also click on I save it to my own private playlist that I give everybody the opportunity, because I like to share what I like. Yeah. To me, it's an indirect shout out. It's saying, hey, this is a pretty good video. Go watch it if you're of that mindset. Central London is an amazing city. If you tire of London when you tire of life. Samuel Pepys. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, we went to Piccadilly Square and, what is that? Where all the cottages are. You know it. Not the cottages, but, it slips my mind. Stone fences. We saw Shakespeare's house and Anne Hathaway's house. We went to Bath. And Bath is the name of a city or a town that has all these big buildings in a circle, semicircle. And we went to Victoria and Albert Museum, which was very interesting because we got to see some of the samplers that they had there. And man, you can spend a lifetime in there. Victoria and Albert Museum in London is one of my favorite places to go online, and the Met Museum. Arlene says, I use my liked playlist a lot because I can't remember video names, but I can remember the thumbnail. Yeah. It has Roman baths, Janet says. Yeah, we didn't get to go in. I was taking pictures at that time. That was in the late 90s, 98 or 99. I think it was March of 98. And I had this camera. You know, I didn't have a digital, well, it was a digital camera, but it was one of the newer cameras that came out at that time. And it had a little, those little floppy disks that you put in it. And you take the pictures there, and it recorded it on the floppy disk. And I was taking pictures in Bath. And a lot of the Japanese people that were around me, the Japanese like to take a lot of photos. And they were going, ooh, what is that? And I got caught up in sharing it all with them. And in the meantime, the group I was with was ready to leave. And they were shouting, Meri, Meri. you know, and I'm going, and it kind of irritated me because I was trying to handle two things at once, and it was obvious that I was talking to some foreign tourists, and they kept shouting at me. And finally I said, yes! And I didn't realize how much it echoed. And I had to apologize to the lady that was shouting. I mean, she was shouting really, and her voice was probably echoing too. And I had to go up and apologize to her. I said I didn't mean it like it sounded. It was an experience. But I enjoyed, you know what I enjoyed most? I don't know if it was in Piccadilly. It was in one of the, one of the antique, one of the flea market type antique outdoor sales. But this one happened to be in a building, and you would go up and up and up into like the third floor, and you'd have all these little shops. Well, I had wandered into a little shop. The group got ahead of me, and I saw this button shop, and there's this little lady working in I'll never forget her. She was just the typical little lady that you would see in a button shop in London. You know, she had her gray hair and her glasses, just like me now, and her little bun on top of her head. And she was I'm a larger, well, not huge, but you know, I'm tall. She was a little short lady and slender, and just, you know, that's one of the memories that I carried home from London was the button lady. And she was explaining to me how to identify a button that's glass made from a button that's like manufactured glass, you know, one that's handmade from one that's glass buttons, one that's handmade versus one that's not handmade. And she was explaining how to feel when it's handmade, it's kind of has an uneven surface. And I ended up buying these kind of clear buttons from her that had a knight helmet, you know, on it. And they're up in Wisconsin. There they are. The VA is my fave, Janet says. You were too busy eating bath buns. I wondered where that was. Oh, interesting. Let's see what else is going on here. You can still make your playlist public in the edit section of managed video. I don't know if you can or not. You can make your own playlist that you create as public, but I don't think you can change the ones that YouTube creates for you. I think that's pretty private. They don't let you touch that stuff. Arlene dropped a link to Pam's channel. Thank you, Arlene. That is so kind. She dropped a link to Janet's channel and Teresa's channel and Becky's channel. Teresa, we all send our love, Janet says. What did Teresa say? Good morning, sweet Janet. Good morning, Freddie, Flo, Colin, Ben, and Sam. They're still talking about the videos, liked videos. Teresa, good morning. Yeah. Mary, will you tell me your brother's name, please? Yeah, his name is Tom. I think I'm caught up with chat. Okay, so what are we going to do next? This is Friday. I want to get out Becky's slow stitch, I think. Becky's, the journal cover that I'm doing for Becky. I'm not for Becky, with Becky's fabric. Becky, you don't get it. I'm going to make a cover for my slow stitch journal. Hopefully it's in here. Uh-oh. Is it in the other box? Uh-oh, Becky, what did I do with it? Oh, here it is. It's underneath the... I'm still working on my Japanese burl one. I haven't done much to that because I've been so busy lately. Japanese burl. I've been so busy that I haven't gotten to do my slow stitching. I still have the week page to do, and it's Friday. It'll be Sunday before I get it done. But this Japanese burl one, I think I'm going to put my taste of TAST embroidery stitches in here. but I haven't been working on this. And it requires a really sharp needle. But this is the one I want to work on this morning. This is the fabric we painted. Penelope, I'm going to put you up above. And I'll put my paper dolls up above. I don't want to. And Shakespeare, you go up above. All right, so we got scissors. So what I want to do is this is going to be for my slow stitch, which I left out in the other room. I think it's 5.5 by 7.5. And I'm going to need a pretty big spine. But what I was going to do was, you can see I'm slow stitching down in here. I'm doing the blanket stitch around this lady. And I was going to just use this part of the cloth to make the journal, which is pretty short. But it was big enough for the journal. But what I think I'm going to do instead, because I was watching K3N, and she does a wraparound. So instead of doing the short end, I think I'm going to do the long end. And I'll probably do this side in here. So that's what I want to do next, is sew, or at least draw. And I'm going to get these off my desk because I'll dump them over the edge if I don't. Kind of get this stuff. Scissors, let me put this over. So my pages measure 5.5 by 7.5. I think I measured them out on here. I think I was going to use this cover. I want to double measure that. I think I measured it out here, but I'm changing my ways here. Yeah. So let's measure this just to be sure that my head is on straight. Yeah, 5.5 by, well, it's really 7 3/4. I better make it 5.5 by 7, and wouldn't hurt to make it 5.5 by 8. And then I'll have extra fabric left over. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put my take a stitch on Tuesday. I call them taste stitching pages in here. But I just got this out to show that. And then I goofed on here because I wanted to put corners on my page on the other side, and I wanted them to go here. Well, actually, I stitched them here. So my journal on here is going to grow larger. And I may change my ways on this before it's all over with. I may not put the take a stitch Tuesday in here. I may put something else in here. Let's see, let's fold this over to the, I'll show you the corners here in a minute. But I got everything basted on here. I just started doing the stitching, and then I got sidetracked. Let's see, it goes up to here and up to here. And then it folds over like this. So this is the, and you know, there's folds here. This is the back of the journal. This is the spine, and this is the front. And then I have all this extra to play with on that one. So I'm going to make this 5.5 by, my pages are 5.5 by 8. So I need to leave extra on here, but I want wrap around. And so, and I decided that, well, actually, I think this is kind of the cleanest in here. I'll probably put some, well, by the time I put a fabric piece in there. Yeah. So I'm going to fold this in half here just to get a sense of what I have here. If I fold this in half like this, I think this is 18 by 22 piece. 18, or is this a half yard? I can't remember. A half yard. Let's see. This is 11 by, I don't know how wide this is. I'm just going to kind of guess. Because there's 18. Yeah, it's a yard wide. And 11 this way. So it'd be 22 by 36. Here. But 11, and if my pages measure, well, the pages themselves don't measure 8. I made it 8 because I was on that piece that I stitched. I made it 8 to allow for the little seam. I think they're really 5.5 by 7.5. And this is 11. So I might just leave it at 11 because I can always cut and fold over, you know, after I, depending on, yeah, we'll just leave this at 11. Let's measure it again. 11. And this is the back of it. This is the front. And I'm going to use this. So, and I want it to wrap around. So, this is where I drive Becky crazy. I'm going to get out a pencil and a piece of paper and write. Except for, I got to be careful that I don't, it probably wouldn't hurt it any. What is this? I don't want to use that. Hold on, I'm reaching for scrap papers here. Oh, I should just get up and get a sheet of paper. I'm too tired. We'll use. It's not going to work. Hold on. I didn't want to toss those. I want them for scrap paper, but I need a bigger sheet. Let me stand up and grab a sheet of paper. Boy, it's warm in here. We put everything, all these tapes on the paper, and I have to shake them off. All right. I just don't want my ink to soak through here. So, if my pages measure 7.5 by, is this the Tombow marker? I want to save this. I don't want to use all this one up. 7.5, let's say, and I'm going to leave at least a 2.5 inch spine because these pages grow pretty thick. And of course it's going to have the wraparound, and I won't be binding it until I'm all done with it. But I'm going to leave at least a 2.5 inch spine. And this is 5.5. And this is 5.5. And we're going to call this, I'm going to call it 7.5. I measured 8, but I think I was allowing for the little part up here. And I'm going to allow for that here. So I'm going to call this 7.5 here. That's 7.5. And this is 5.5. So that's 11 this way. 11 inches that way, and 7.5 inches that way. And my fabric here measures, I think I said 11, folded in half, 11 inches, about 11 inches. And I got it folded pretty good here. So, 7.5, I've got 3.5 inches here, right? 3.5 and 3.5, no. Wait, 11. No, I don't have 3.5 because I've got, let me do this, 1/2. I've got 3.5, but I have to divide that into half, which is 1.5 and 1.5 and 1/4 and 1/4. So that's 3.5. So 1 3/4 up here. 1 3/4 and 1 3/4. And that will be for any of the folding over I have to do. So I'm just going to have enough up there. Just going to have enough to fold over this way if I want to. So what I want to do, and then this is a yard. I'm pretty sure it's a piece of yard because I'm just kind of, that's 18 inches there. And not quite a yard. Let's fold this in half. I want to get my head on straight. Let's fold it this way. And I think this is about 18 inches. Approximately, not quite. It's about 17.5. I probably ripped off a piece. So 11, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13.5. So I'm going to count it 34 inches wide. It's a little bit over 34, but I'm going to take 17 and 17, make 34. And this is 13.5. So that makes, wait, I didn't need to do that. 20 and a half. Is that right? Did I do that right? 13, no, 3 to 0. Yeah, 2, oh, 10.5. 1, 3, 23. No, it's 20 because I didn't need to do that. It's 20.5 left this way after I do this. So I can have 10 inches. I can have a great big old turnover this way. And what I don't use off of the length this way, I will use a slow stitch. The reason I'm doing all of that is because I want to figure out where I want to put my front cover and my wraparound. So my cover is 5.5, give or take. So I'm going to make it, and I can always cut off here. I'm going to start this, I think at 8 inches in. And that will give me a good couple inches extra over here. 8 inches would be right here. And if I go 5.5 inches in, that'll give me about 2 inches of play on my front cover if I want to seam it, or I can drip off or whatever. So if I start 8 inches in here, let's turn this over. Let's turn this one over. If I start 8 inches in, and then if I do 5.5, because this will be the wraparound for the front cover. Well, that could be the front cover, but I'm going to have a wraparound. I can always cut it off if I don't need it. Then 5.5 here, 2.5 here, 5.5 here. And what I said, this was 34 inches long. And so I'll have, that's 13.5, 13.5 and 8. Actually, I think I'll make that 8.5. And 8.5, because that'll round it off. And that's 11. So that's 21, 22 inches. And that will leave me 12 inches for this wraparound, if I figured right. And that's twice this. So I'll be cutting some off, and I'll probably be cutting off here too. But whatever I cut off, I can use as slow stitch or tags or whatever. So let's add up my numbers. 12, 5.5, 2.5, 5.5, and 8.5. So that's 2, and that's 17, 18, 19, 20, 19, 24, and 32. And 2 is 34. This is 2 inches here, and that's 32. So that matches this. I figured right. Hopefully. So what I want to do here is measure in. I'm only using half of this. I could make that a little bit longer because I have more. Instead of 11 inches, I could allow for more up here. And do I want to do that though? If it's 7, is this going to be, because that's 5, this is 7, well, I made it 8. It's really 7.5, I believe. 7.5. And if I allowed for 11, I did that on the back of this. If I allowed for 11 here, I have 3.5. I got 1 3/4 inch here and 1 3/4 inch there. 1 3/4 just doesn't do it for me. I'm always weary. I'd rather have more because I got the fabric. So I'm thinking of making this 3 inches. Let's make this 3 just to be on the safe side. So 3 and 7.5. Well, let's make it 3 and, gosh, let's make this 8. Let's make it 8. I don't like all the fractions. Let's make that 8 inches and this 6 inches. So that would be 8 and 6 would make 14. I've added a couple of inches, 3 inches in fact. So we want to make this 14 inches high. And then I'll have Becky put this up here out of the way. So I want to measure off, and I'm going to rip it. I'm going to measure off. Well, I'm not going to rip it now. I'm going to measure it because I want to slow stitch the whole piece before I cut. All I'm doing today is figuring out the lengths of my. So here's 14 inches. You guys, I'm out of frame here. 14 from the bottom down here, you can't see, up to here. Up to right. Am I there? Pretty much there. Approximately 14 inches there. And let's divide this in half again. I've got, whoops, sorry, I bumped you guys. Knocked you in the shoulder. And I really don't mind drawing on the back of this because any marks on this just becomes part of the prompt game. And I'm not going to use this pen though. I'm going to use a permanent. I think I'll use my Sharpie. Flatten this out so it's nice and even here on the bottom. And I want to go 14 from this point to this point. You guys can't see, I'm zoomed in. Let me zoom out some more. There. Sorry about that. You can see the fabric. That was about it. All right. So I'm going 14 inches up. And I folded this in half lengthwise. Lengthwise is this way. So height-wise, the height of my journal, I'm going to make 14 inches. 3-inch borders and 8-inch page length. So I'm measuring from the bottom to the top at 14 inches across. And yeah, I about had it. I'm going to go up a little further. And actually, I'm going to turn it this way. I can see it better. So I'm coming from, I just don't have a big enough desk for all my stuff. I'm coming from here at 14 to 14 there. And I got a chalk pencil, but I move this stuff around so much while I'm working on stuff that it rubs off by the time I'm done. And we're going to go 14 over here. And this is just to give me a sense of where my journal's going to be. 14 there. And my 34 inches was from here to here. I think it was a little over 17, and I just used 17. Yeah, it's about 17 3/4, and I just went with 17 and 17 because this is doubled, so it's 34 inches. But I'm going to draw a line from here over to here. And like I said, if it soaks through the fabric, it's just a part, and I'll be cutting on this anyway. I'll be cutting on, this is my cut line. Yeah. Tear line. That one got a little bit higher. I'm not sure why. And let's turn it over this way and do the same thing on the other side. But I want to stitch it all before I do any cutting or tearing, because I just want it all to kind of match. So I got a lot of work, but I don't need it until the end of the year. So I'm just going to work on it. This is February. I've got, what, 10 and a half months left to work on it. 14. Did I get 14 over here? 14. Did I make it higher? No, I made it at 14 right in here. So 14, and this is kind of guesstimate. It will, I'll end up, I always end up having to adjust things, but I don't mind. All right, now I'm going to make a line. This is just kind of for guidelines for me. I'm going to make a line from here to there. So I'll have all of this doubled as extra. And I'll probably put them as pages or something in the journal. Maybe bookmarks, or who knows what I'll do with it. So there we go. I always get that one off just a little. But I think I'm pretty good here. 14, and how did I don't know how I got off there, but I did. Oh, I have it up a little. It's really 14 1/4. All right, I'm good. So now I'm going to go 8 inches in this way. I said 8 inches in this way, and 8 inches in this way. And let's draw a line here. 8 inches in this way. And this is going to be kind of like the, I'm going to have a wraparound here. This will be the front cover, and I'll have a wraparound. I don't know if I need this. This will be on the front. But if I don't need it, I've got all of that to play with. So this right here starts my front cover. Kind of draw the lines here. This is the left edge of my front cover. I really have a wraparound on the back. I don't think I'm going to need this, but we're going to do it anyway. Because like I said, what I don't use, I can use for something else. Now I have a 3-inch. I allowed a 3-inch down here. And I don't think I'll need all of that. But again, what I don't use, I may only use 1.5 inches to fold over. And that's excessive. But I wanted to round things off. What I don't use, I'll use for something else. So I'm measuring in 3 inches. And hopefully I'm doing this right because I'm marking it all up. 3 inches and 5.5 comes to there. Yeah, it should be. Oh, 8, not 5.5, 8 inches. Yeah, I'm good. 8 inches, not 3.5. Where did I mark that at? 3, right here. And right now, I'm not seeing the lines very, I'm going to enhance the lines with stitches. And I could go out on my machine and just do a running stitch down here, but I like to do it with hand stitching. All right. Now I'm going to flip this way because it's easier for me to see. Now I'm allowing 8 inches for the pages. 8 inches for the pages here. And that should leave me another 3 inches, and it does. So I've got a 3 inches here, 3 inches there. This is all excess. We've got a 5.5. Well, we have to measure the 5.5 yet. Let's measure the 8 and the 8. Keep moving that scissors around. Let's put it away. And so 8 inches here. And yeah, I guess it's straight. I've got such a crooked eye. I've got such a crooked eye that even when it's straight, let's measure 3 more inches here. Let's do it this way. My fabric's a little, no, it's just folded over there. It's good. So I'm at the 0, 1, 2, 3 right there. I'm there. Well, this, see, that just looks crooked to me, but I don't think it is. It's 3 inches. It's that fabric that's folded over there. 1, 2, 3. It's right there. 1, 2, 3 right there. Doesn't have to be perfect because I got the fold in there. All right, now my page, this is wraparound, this is border, that's border down here. So my page is 5.5 inches. So let's go here, 5.5 inch page right here. And right here. So I'm going to draw there. Now I need a 2.5 inch spine, and I can still get that on this half. So a 2.5 inch spine. I need the shorter ruler. Let's get the shorter ruler out. My ruler's too long for the task. I have a hard time seeing this one. And it starts right. I have a hard time seeing it. Starts right there. 2.5 here. And 2.5 there. And I'm thinking I might need a bigger spine, but I have allowed so much for wraparound that I really don't know how big of a spine I'm going to need until all the pages are done. We've got 52 pages, and I'm working back and front, so that's what, 26 pages that I'll have in here. And I think I'm going to need a bigger spine. But I've got a whole bunch of wraparound over here that I can accommodate, because I'm not going to bind it till all my pages are done. I'm just kind of figuring out where things are going to go here. And 5.5 here. So this is the other side of it. It's hard to see these metal rulers in this light. Let's try this plastic one. See it a little better. This is just to give me a sense of where I want to make my booklet. All right, so I need 5.5 this way, which is right there. And did I measure that right? Yeah, 5.5. And down here is 5.5. So I haven't drawn out this side yet. So let's go draw out. Let's fold this in half again. Well, yeah, let's go do that. Working with a larger piece of fabric, it's hard for me to, unless I'm on I should go out in the dining room, but that's kind of my brother's desk. All right, so I know I want to go in, how many inches did I say in over here? 12 inches. 12 inches in. So that should be easy enough. Where's my plastic one? Where? All right, I want to go 12 inches in this way, which should bring me to the 5.5 inch mark, and it does right there. And so I want to go 12 inches in here. And what did I say? From this mark here, I want to go 3 inches down. And you'll see why I'm doing all this in a bit, because I'm going to stitch it. I'm going to stitch it out. So I want to go 3 inches down this way. This is the margin again. We're doing on the other side. 3 inches. 3 inches. And 3 inches. And I'm going to use the longer ruler to draw my lines with. Let's go 3 inches down this way. 3 inches. And these lines I'm drawing will become stitch lines to help me plan out my journal. Like I did on that other one. So 3 inches in that way and 3 inches in over here. And that should leave me 8 inches from here to here is, well, it's not quite 8. Let's mark it there. It's about a fourth of an inch off. Not quite a fourth, 1/8 of an inch off here. But I'll accommodate for that. I'll go 8 inches down and then leave the rest for border. 8 inches. 8 inches here. 8 inches here. Because it's more important for me to have 8 inches here than 3 inches there. I don't think I'll need a full 3 inches. 8 inches. 8 inches. And then I'm going to draw from here. Where's my mark? To there. And hopefully it'll match up with the other side. 8 inches. If it doesn't, I'll make it 8 inches. And then 5.5 inches for the, let me pull this over. Here's the spine right here. And so I need to go 5.5 inches in from the spine. And I think I did it up there already. 5.5. 5.5. And 5.5. Now, because I'm going to have wraparounds, this is going to wrap around this way. This is the page here. And my journal's going to wrap around that way. I don't have to worry. I have to worry more about the top than leaving a space here because it'll wrap around. So let me draw this last line here at 5.5 inches right there. Now I'm going to take my red thread here and we are going to stitch. We're going to do a running stitch in here. And I do think I'm going to mark them off here. And I think I'm going to allow for corners. So this is my spine. And if I allow a corner like this, maybe an inch in this way. And the reason I'm marking it now is it'll remind me on that other one, I didn't do it until the last. So here's the inch mark here. And 1 to 2 here. And I'm just going to draw a line between those two, and I'll have little page corners on this. Probably a little piece of fabric. And let's do the same on all 4. I hope I'm not boring you guys. I'm having fun. It is almost, it's a 20 till 7. I can go until I'm not quite matched up here on my journal. Let's see, 5.5, 3 inches from there to there. 3 inches from there to there. I think I need to match this up a little bit more here. Oh yeah, I am. Well, no, how does that work? Because that 3 inches there, 3 inches here. I'm not matched up. It needs to come more like that in here. And let's see if I got 3 inches. I do. I just got off the crooked on this. It'll matter more when I cut it than. But like I said, anything that's off in here, I've got all of this to compensate, about 3 inches to compensate. my poor measuring. Now I was drawing 1 inch borders here. 1 inch. It's at the 2 and the 1. And it looks like no, I'm pretty much there. 1 right there. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not anal about that stuff because everything I do is slapdash. Everything I do is slapdash. I'm a slapdash artist. All right, and I guess do I want them here? I think I do, because this is the corner of the top corner of the front or the back. So there. It would be the front if I didn't have the wraparound. I think this is going to be my back. That there. And I'll have it would be the front if it was facing me. I've turned it over. Because if this was facing me, this would become the front. That would be spine, but I'm working on the back of the fabric. All right, so 1 inch here and 1 inch here. And between these two, just a little page corner here. I'll make them out of, it'd be nice to make them out of leather, but I don't know about stitching them on. I do have a leather, I bought a leather needle, hand needle, not for the machine. There. And there. Corner. This just reminds me when I'm stitching to allow for this. I didn't allow for it on my other one, and I did them after the fact, and I actually expanded my journal because I stitched them in the wrong place, and I didn't want to take them all out, so I just expanded the width of my journal. I stitched them up here instead of in there. I stitched them up in there. All right, and this will remind me that I want to put page corners on it. There and there. One more. Here. And this is, I'm not, a quilter would probably look at this and run. I'm not too concerned that if I'm a little bit off on this stuff, because I generally am, and it all works out in the long run. All right, so there's my page corners. Now, what I want to do, put that ruler away, put my pen away. I have this red crochet thread. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch where my book is in there. And I might stitch I'm just going to do a quick running stitch. It's a slow stitch day. I did my haul. We did a calendar page. Penelope, where did you go? I put her up here where it was safe. Let's use that big needle I had. What are you doing with it, Penelope? Is that it? Can I get my crochet thread in there? I don't know if I can get my crochet thread in there. Let's go get it's behind me. My needle book. My needle book that Ruth made me. I keep my needles in there. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Now, see, I do have smaller needles, but for this, I want to go fast. And I need something long and sharp. This one. That I can get my crochet thread through the needle. I'll put that up with Penelope. She likes her hearts. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch right there, running stitch. And it will show on the other side, and I'll probably leave it. I could actually do a blanket stitch, but we're just going to do a running stitch because I just want to outline. I want to have a sense when I start doing the front and back of my journal and the wraparounds where I'm putting stuff. On the front, this is the back. And I didn't have to lick that because it's all one piece. And do I want to do it double? I think I do. So it'll show up. So we're going to pull a pretty long piece of red crochet thread off here. And that's long enough, I think. It's about as long as I can handle. What did I do with those scissors? All right, put that back up there for the moment. And we're going to start over here. And this will go pretty fast, hopefully, because it's just a running stitch. And I want to start, in this case, I want to start on the edge of the book. And I'm just going to put a little bitty stitch in there just to make a knot on the back side here. And when I make my knots, I take the tail and kind of hold it up. And then I come behind and through the kind of the loop there and just pull my needle through and make a little shoelace knot like that. And then I do it twice because this will probably become a part of the journal. I'm not planning on taking this out at this point. I may change my mind later, but this will kind of be an edging stitch. And it's just going to be a running stitch, and I'm going to pull that out of the way. But I don't want big running stitches, and I'm going to get my hand under here and kind of hold on to it. I want maybe a 1/4 inch, about a 1/4 inch. It might, if I was in my lap, let's roll this up. I need to get a hold of it. And this has been pressed. I used GAC 900 on my acrylic paint. And to set that, you need to heat set it. And I did do that with my iron. Now I'm just going to come in here and make about 1/4 inch stitches. I'm going to load my needle up as if I can see the line. And did I go off there? No, I'm on it. And I'm just going to kind of load my needle up. I got to get used to how much is a 1/4 inch on my needle. And it's hard to see. That's a little bit smaller stitch. So see, that's about a 1/4 inch approximately. It might be a little bit over. And it's a little bit harder to see on the back because I can't see the needle. And if I just load up my needle here, and I'm trying to stay on the line that I just drew. Got a little off there. Let's do that again. And pull it through and see what I have. It doesn't have to be exact, but about the same size. And you could do back stitching on here, which would make a real solid line, but I might turn around and come back, do 2 running stitches. I'm not, if I was holding this in my hand out at the recliner, I might do a back stitch. Or I could do that here too, but I've already started doing this. Now my line, I don't want to get off my line. My line goes right there. Trying to stay on my line that I drew. All right. There. Now I'm up to the spine. And like I said, this doesn't have to be exact. I'm kind of a slapdash person. I learned that word from K3N. She used the word slapdash, and I said, oh, that sounds like Meri. She was talking about, she was telling the quilters that they didn't have to be slapdash. If they wanted to be perfect, go ahead and do it. And I'm going, they said, if you have anxiety about being slapdash, go be perfect. I'm going, oh my goodness, who has anxiety about, I guess, it sounded like she was saying to me, they were trying too hard to be imperfect. I'm going, I don't have to try hard to be imperfect. It's in my nature. I have to try hard to be perfect, and that's not in my nature. Perfection is not in my nature. And that's the same in life. I have to work at being good. I have to work at being good. Ooh. Now see, this needle is having a hard time going through that acrylic paint. It went through, but I think that's what Becky was saying is don't get your paint too thick, your needle won't go through it. And that's a little bit thick in there, even with my GAC 900. I had to tug at it. But luckily, I don't have a lot of those spots. Otherwise, this needle is fine. Now I'm coming up to the other edge here. And then I think I'm going to turn around and go back. And it'll be easier for me to go back because I've already got my stitches in. I could do this all around, but I think I'm going to turn around. Another paint. This doesn't like the, Becky's right about that. Where you put that acrylic paint is your needle has a harder time going through it. Now something like that I think will be easy, but in there, in these thicker lines in here, a little bit harder for your needle to go through that acrylic paint. It goes through, but you kind of have to force it. Even with the GAC 900. Of course, this probably isn't the, well, it's a pretty sharp needle. But I've used it a lot, too. Okay, now, I'm at the edge of my book. So I'm going to turn around and go back. And this will just help me know where my book is going to land. That's the whole reason I'm doing this. I'm going to fold this up. This is where I see I've already started stitching over on this side. And that really falls in the, doesn't even fall into where I was going to put my book. Let me kind of just fold this up so that I can get a hold of it as I work. All my pins here, knock them off with my elbow. All right, I just want to kind of get a hold of this. Where's my needle? Now it should be easier going back because I already know where my stitches are. And I am going to make a solid line. I could do back stitch on this, but this is how I'm doing it. So K3N talks when she's stitching, she tells little stories. She talks about her animals, her horses, but she also tells things about her needlework knowledge. I don't have stories to tell. I guess I could talk about Fibdiggity. We haven't done a Fibdiggity story in a long time. Valentine's Day is coming up. We don't have any plans in Fibdiggity. I was reading my scribble journals, and that's what else I could do. What time is it? 7 o'clock. I got all those pages out to make a scribble journal, and then I ran out of time. And they're sitting over here on my cart. But I'm finishing up for 2024, I'm finishing up a scribble journal that I started in 2022. And I want to get the last few pages recorded. I should be done with that at the end of February, but I want to make me a new scribble journal. But in that scribble journal that I'm working in is the last fib diggity story that I told that I remember. I might have told one after that, but it was about me going garage sailing in the fib diggity story. And I think I talked about this recently. As I was going garage sailing, when you're out in the rural part of the country, especially when you're doing that 350-mile trip, sometimes you wander off the road, but there's people that live out in the boondocks still have signs up. And I kind of based my story off of that. And I saw a sign. I was out in the rural part of fib diggity in my story. And I ran across this farmstead that had a garage sale sign up. And I thought, well, that looks interesting. I'll turn in and stop at it. And I did. And there wasn't nobody around. Finally, a older gentleman came out. Older is my age. And he came out and asked if he could help me. And I said, well, I wanted to see the garage sale. And it turned out that he was selling a whole bunch of his wife's artwork and needlework. And so I was interested, and I said, well, yeah, I want to see it. And it turned out, now I kind of based this off of a real, it wasn't out in the boondocks though, but he had a whole trunk of her things. Well, in my real life, that year, I had gone garage sailing at the town where I usually go to the library. And now this is happening, this is not a fib diggity part, this is a Meri part. This is in real life. And there was a lady selling stuff, and she had a foot locker full of needlework, not needlework, but yarn and threads and stuff. And I was interested in it, but I couldn't pay. I don't know what she wanted for it. It was above $20. And I kind of hesitated on the price. And I asked her if I could take, just buy something out of there. And at that time, I was interested in yarn because Becky got me interested in yarn. It's all Becky's fault. And I think I'm going to have enough to finish this line. And she said, well, I'll sell you the whole trunk of it. She didn't really want to mess it up. And I said, well, it's a little bit more than I think she wanted $40 for it. And that was a little bit more than I had with me. And I said, well, I only got 20. Well, I had a little bit more than 20 because I bought a few more things. And she kind of hesitated, but she ended up selling me that trunk of stuff for $20. And it had yarn in it that I'm using. It had some threads in there. I should go up there and get the threads because I wasn't even thinking slow stitching then. And had some nice threads. It had some doilies in it. I'll have to go out there and look and see because I left a lot of the stuff in there. But anyway, my fib diggity story about the old gentleman who's selling his wife's trunk of stuff, his wife had passed away. And in my story, in my fib diggity story, I was very interested in it. And I bought it from him and he loaded it up. And this story that I'm telling, when I was reading it out of my scribble journal, my notes that I had for it, I had said this story was kind of building in my head. Even I remember in Wisconsin, I was kind of playing. I wasn't calling it fib diggity then, but I was kind of playing with telling a story. And it was based off of this. And his wife had passed away, and he only had one son. And his son, I don't know if I told this in the real story, his son died and got killed over and across the ocean in one of the wars. And I don't know if I made that a part of the story or not when I told it, when I was telling, where's my scissors? Now I'm going to save these threads, but I'm also going to just leave them right like that for now. So when I flip this over on the front side, see, I'll have a guideline here. When I start, I'll know that this is, I have 3 inches yet up here, but this is the start of my book. And that's all I'm going to do today is kind of do these running stitches in here. So when I do a circle, I might just want to do a half circle here just for the fun and make this something else. But I've got a lot of work to do on this. It's certainly not done. All right, I'm going to take a break and look at chat because I've been talking. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh it. Chat filter, top messages, chat filter, all messages. The junk jaunt. Yeah, Paul, let's see. Let's start at the bottom. Roy, hi Roy. He says, oh, Becky, I've been described as beefy too. Oh, Auntie B. Cheryl says, good morning, Mary. Hi, Cheryl. Good morning. Beefy likes to go bye-bye, Dar says. What? Kimberly must have been talking there. Arlene says, Kimberly, or the truck looks cute with her in it. The junk jaunt. Let's see what else. I'm keeping up with the chat. Hi, Brenda. Good morning, Brenda. Brenda says 1,000,000 years ago, or maybe just 1972. That's a good way to describe it, Brenda. We were at Fort Meade, Maryland. We'd go to D.C. to see monuments and explore the Smithsonian. I got to go to the Smithsonian in the late 90s, or about 1996. It might have been earlier than that, 1993 maybe. That was fun. I only had a little bit of time. I wanted to see the Hope Diamond, but I got there to the Hope Diamond and there was a crowd around it. I got to see it from a distance. So that's the way it is with Hope. You just get to see it from a distance. She says, we were on the White House lawn near the front steps waiting for the tour. Kimberly says, oh, she loves a ride. She's great in a truck. We're talking about her dog, Beefy. She sits so perfectly. Brenda says, Nixon came out and waved at the crowd and spoke to several people nearer to him. My unfiltered little brother raised his 7-year-old voice and yelled, look, there's that crook daddy saw on TV. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Brenda, how embarrassing is that? Brenda said, DC always had crooks and clowns. Yeah. I don't know. I can remember Nixon came, I was at the University of Nebraska at that time when he was president, and he came through and he spoke at that time, I don't know if it's still standing, they had Devaney Auditorium or Stadium, and it was only for students. But boy, I'll tell you, it was crowded, and because everybody wanted to see the president, all the students. There was there might have been some adults in there, but I got a little piece. I don't know if I can get that worked. I should be able to pull that through. But this is the back anyway, so if there's a little Picasso in there, it's a little Picasso. Anyway, I wanted to go. And I wanted to see the president too. And I can remember standing in that crowd of students. And we were packed in there. I can understand how at these concerts people get trampled because you can't move. I mean, you move when the person to the side or the front or the back moves. You know, you're just packed in there like sardines. And I swore I'd never go see another president in my life. I don't even know how the Secret Service, well, I guess they guarded around him. They really weren't in the crowd per se. We were just packed. I couldn't move. And by the time, he came and the crowd got in the building, I never got in the building. I left. As soon as I could, I left. I didn't like the feeling. I don't like crowds anyway, but being packed like that where you have no control of what way you can go, that's scary. And I left. That was my worst experience with the president. He's going to have to come and see me. Let's see, Arlene saying good morning to Cheryl. Cheryl saying good morning to Roy. Arlene said, we lived in DC back then and things are just crazy then in a different way. Yeah, well, in the 70s, it was still the remnants of the Vietnam War in the 70s. There was a lot of protesting going on, especially when I was, let's see, I graduated in high school in 69, and I went to the university between 69 and 75. I had a off and on years there. I think I withdrew from, I almost completed my senior year, and I withdrew, and I went to business school, and I completed my legal assistant degree on business school. But it was a it was a very unstable. Well, we're unstable now, but it was still an unstable time with the Vietnam War in the 70s, and then the drugs and the feminist movement and the whole bit. Arlene said, we went to the Cherry Blossom Festival one time and never again. We went to the prep days, and it was lovely without a bajillion people. Yeah. Cheryl says, yes, it was different feeling back then, Arlene. You're absolutely right. Yeah, well, see, the 70s were kind of, the 60s were kind of like the flower power, and the 70s were more protesting and drugs and, protesting more. Then we got into the 80s, and then the 90s decades was more of a greed. It was all about money and getting jobs and all of that for me anyway. I wasn't greedy, but the corporate greed was a big thing back then. And then we hit year 2000, and between 2000 and 2024, it's really been different, hasn't it? Now it's just trying to survive COVID. And Cheryl says, I'm still very tired, Janet. Oh, Janet, I think, asked Cheryl how she was. She says, Cheryl, good morning. How are you this morning? And she says she's still very tired. Cheryl says, good morning to Becky. Let's see what Brandon talking about Nixon. Up above that. Dara says, Beefy likes to go bye-bye. Kimberly, what did Kimberly's? Paul took Beefy to the gas station with him. She looks so cute sitting in the truck. I think Kimberly loves Beefy. She probably loves Paul too, but Paul, I think Beefy's cuter than Paul. I could be wrong though. I don't know what Paul looks like. Arlene says, Janet, I think she was referring back to the big multi-state yard sale they have every year. Mary, did you say 350 miles to the shops? I'm talking the 350-mile junk jaunt. They have it in Nebraska, but they also have 350-mile down in the southern part of the states. Does it go through Kentucky and Indiana, up around in there? They have a 350-mile garage sale. And that's what I was talking about that time. Now, I was also talking about shopping in London. And I did 350 miles there. I don't know. I don't think so. But I kind of was talking about both of them. But when I was telling my story, I was basing it off of the Nebraska junk jaunt. And also the little town garage sale I went to over at the library. Let's see, Janet says, Becky, are you here? I just received my mail. Thank you so much. I love it. I think Becky sent a little participation for participating in her fabric paint thing. And I think Janet received hers. I think that's what she's referring to. I don't know. Brenda says, I painted fabric to stitch with Becky. I need to get stitching on it and decide what I want to do with it. Well, that's what this is. I'm on the back of it. Here's the front. And of course, all of this is going to have fabric swatches and stitches. And I'm just measuring out the page right now. Let's see. Roy says, I've been to Mykonos. Once you have the road on the water, once you leave the road on the water, you can get really lost. The city was designed intentionally like a maze to confuse invaders. It's so easy to get lost. Wow, that's interesting, Roy. When I first moved to a city, Arlene said, I couldn't figure out those traffic circles, but I drove a big truck, so if it was the kind with landscaping in the center, I straightened them out. Yeah, those roundabouts. They have them. They have them here in Nebraska, and they had one up in Lincoln. And yeah, you kind of have to watch, especially in a larger city, those roundabouts, because you know it's always the other drivers thinking me first, me first. So we just let them go. We've got one roundabout. Where is it? I think we got. Oh, it's out by the high school and the junior high where my niece goes. Locally, one roundabout, but there's some roundabouts up in Lincoln. They had them in Wisconsin. Was Riri here? Hi, Riri. Riri said its streets were made in circles to confuse the enemy, whoever that was. Let's see what they're talking about, Roy and Riri. Riri said it's 43 degrees now. I'm going up to 60 in the northern neck of Virginia. 60. Riri, my dad was raised on a farm of southeast Richmond. Riri says the streets were made in circles to confuse the enemy. You're right, Rory. DC would be the modern day Rome, Riri says. Beck said, Brr, it's chilly out. I just went out and filled the bird feeders. She got cold. Let's see, I'm just reading back in chat. Arlene says, Roy, that's right. I measure by laying the pieces next to each other. Mark the stuff and cut. It's good enough. Roy, if you're listening, well, I bought the quilt top that Roy had done. Let me go down to the bottom, see if he's listening here. I don't know if he's still around, but I got the quilt top out of the sale, out of Janet's sale that Roy made. And I think he said he made it for his granddaughter. I can't remember. But made it for somebody in his family, never got it finished. Roy, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to cut that quilt because I don't need a quilt. What I want is slow stitching. He's going, oh no, I'm not going to send it now. I'll refund you your money. Poor Roy. I think he said he had it all basted together. But he didn't have the binding on it, and it's not quilted, so. Yep. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to unthread this, and I'm going to do a blind knot here. Unthread it, Mary, not. Hold on. Let me unthread this needle. Because I think this eye is big enough I can get both those threads in there. And let's clip this here. Because I don't want a lot of knots here. I'll have to do a blind knot on the other end, but I mean knot. Come on, Mary. If you get a knot like this, or you shake it. If you shake your thread, sometimes the thread is just twisted on itself. And if you shake it, it will generally untwist. Just as and I'll do that with yarn too. When I'm unraveling yarn, I'll take a section of it and I'll just go like that. And you'd think that it would twist it more, but on a knot, it generally works itself loose from the twist. You're shaking the twist out of it. You're shaking the twist out of it. Me. See, I could get that threaded pretty good. Now, I'm going to start over here on the long side. And let's see. I think I'm going to start on this line here. And we're just going to do another running stitch. Actually, I'm going to start over here. It'll be easier for me. Get rid of the thread. But I'll have to, because I'm hand stitching a long piece, I need a grip on it. And I'm going to start right here at the corner. I'm just going to do a running stitch, but I'm going to make the little knot here first. And I'm just going to do a blind knot here. And when I come back, I'll still have open ends. So I'll have to put but the blind knot is just going through your loop when you double your thread. If I can get my needle through there. And I'm just pulling it. See, I pulled it through that loop of the double thread because I threaded the open ends through my needle, and then I don't have all those hanging threads, and that's a knot. And we're just going to do a running stitch. Meri is shaking some sense into that thread. I wish I could. The thread says, Meri has sense. Oh, that's interesting. She always knots us up. She's shaking us out today. And I'm just going to do a quick running stitch here. I must have gone through some paint there, but I have to be careful that, because when I pull on this, sometimes I pull my tail out and I have to rethread it. No, I didn't go through how was that hard to go through? Maybe that black spot in there? Wait, yeah. Paint. Becky warned us not to put thick paint on here, and I thought I had it thinned down pretty good, but my needle still kind of hesitates on that paint. And you just you load up your needle with stitches, following the line here if I can, and pull it through. Of course, I'm going through several layers there. I have to give it a little tug. You see, I'm almost to the spine here. And it goes pretty fast, especially if you're by yourself and just stitching. It doesn't take long to put in the running stitches. So today is Friday. It's a big day on the art communities. I might have to leave early if the phone rings. It'll be the doctor's office, and I'll have to answer that. But if it doesn't ring, I'll be here until 9:45. I have a feeling they'll probably call between 8:30 and 9. So if they call, if you hear the phone ring and I just say goodbye and click off, you'll know that I'm done. But I am planning on streaming tonight at 7:30. And today is Friday, so Friday. We have Art Junkie Shannon at 3 p.m. Eastern. And Lena at noon Eastern. And Barb Owen at Friday afternoon at 2 Eastern. And Stacy Catitude comes on 10 a.m. daily. So it's a big day for streaming. And there'll probably be others popping on too. I'll be back at 7:30 tonight. I think I'm going to play an art game tonight. We did that last week. And I think I'm going to play an art game tonight. So keep things shaking here. Sunday evenings, I didn't stream last Sunday evening because we had the sale. But Sundays, I usually do the doodle game, the doodle deck I'm building. And I think this Sunday, I'm going to work off of the Tree of Life. That was really in week 4. Because it has all those cute little animals on it, the Tree of Life. And I could do 3 sets off of that. It's got a unicorn and a goat and a swan and a fish and all sorts of things. I think it has what I called a phoenix. And so I think I'm going to work on that this Sunday. Just as info, I wanted to build up that doodle deck. I'm at the corner here. So I'm going to turn around and go back here in a minute. come right here. Now, that didn't take long, did it? Now I'm going to turn it around. And this will give me a sense of when I'm stitching of what my spine is going to be, otherwise, and where my front and back covers are going to be. Otherwise, you know, I go, and I guess you can do it either way. I like to have kind of a sense when I'm doing my stitching of what's going to land on the front page, where the spine is going to be. I took a little stitch here. Hold on. Let me pull this through. And I'm going to leave this red thread in. I kind of like it there. It's not perfect stitching, but the point of this is not perfection. It's slapdash. I'm not intentionally doing slapdash, but it just kind of happens with me. Becky, what are you working on these days? Are you here? Janet had to leave. Brenda says, I think everyone is having issues. Brenda, I think everyone's having issues. What? So funny, Dar. I'm having them too, Brenda. What's going on? Brenda says, is anyone having chat problems? When I hit send, my posts pop up and I see all my posts, but no one else's. Go out and come back in and it reinserts the post you all are posting. That happened to me the other day. I posted and I couldn't. Has it straightened up for everybody? I think Janet had to leave. She takes Freddie for a walk. Cheryl said, I had trouble with chat last night in Death's group. Chat was not moving. My chat never moves on my tablet. I have to refresh to get it to move. I don't know why. I blame my tablet for that. Maybe it's not a tablet issue. I don't tend to, my tablet is old. It was so old they almost gave it to me. I had issues in Beth's last night too, Brenda said. It wasn't moving for me either. Yeah, I'd had that trouble. But like I said, I blamed it on my old tablet. Oh, who knows what YouTube is doing? They're always doing one thing or another. They're always doing one thing or another. But I have to say, I appreciate YouTube letting us just come on and have a free ride. You know, they could demand that we pay for this. And of course, nobody would. Well, some people would. But, you know, we get to stream free. We get to watch videos for free. Now, if you don't want the advertising, you got to pay for it. But then you're paying for an ad-free service. I don't mind the advertising myself. Doesn't bother me. I just say a prayer during it. Hi, Rain Girl. Good morning. Did Arlene leave? Arlene had to leave. Where did she leave at? They're saying bye, Arlene. Where did Arlene leave? Arlene says, gotta go. Have a blessed day. I saw it. I didn't see Becky's answer. Oh, Becky's paying bills today. What are you doing art-wise? You finished your rice bag. You finished your bag that you made out of your slow stitch. You were working in your black and white journal the other day. I didn't get to watch the stream because I was in the collab, but what are you going to do next? I'm interested in knowing. Are you crocheting or arting or what? Let me go down to the bottom. Cindy saying good morning to everybody. Brenda says, I'm glad it's not just me. I usually blame my internet. Yeah. Becky said she's on the phone. Oh, okay. I think she's talking on the phone. I'm interrupting her phone call, I think. Or maybe she's on the phone listening to chat. I don't know. Cheryl says, I know one time I was in a live chat and the screen blinked and I was thrown into a commercial. Yeah, they are experimenting, and they probably in some have ads in, and that was probably part of their experiment when it blinked. Ads in the live streams. Cindy says, Mary, I'm getting my hair cut this weekend. $50 without a tip. Wow, I haven't got a haircut in so long. The prices have gone up. I know. I was thinking about getting a haircut. Where was that? Was that at a beautician or was that at one of your local stores? Like we have, Great Clips and the other stores. There's another one that's fairly well known. I was thinking about getting my hair cut. My hair is long and gray. I comb it out, though. I comb it out every day. But it is getting, the ends are getting raggy. $50. Wow. Cindy says, good morning, Roy. Mary, yes, it's at a nice salon, but they are all that high now. Yeah. Well, you're paying for the nice salons part of it. You probably wouldn't have to pay that much at a place like Great Clips or something like that. You're paying for the privilege. Roy, there's Raul. Hi, Raul. Roy, I'm going to cut up that quilt top that you made. He's going, I'm not going to send it to Mary. All right, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go this way. It's kind of puckering on me here. I need to straighten my threads out a little. We don't want too much of a pucker, but I noticed over here where I was working, it kind of puckered in here. See, I finished I actually did 3 stitches around here. I did the blue. I don't know if you can see it too well. Let me hold it up. I had to do 3 stitches around to make it stand out, but I did the blue running stitch and then the gold running stitch. But when you lay it flat, because I stitched so tight, it kind of puckers. And I was thinking about putting a little bit of padding in there, or maybe putting, I don't know, maybe some seed stitches in there would help. But I tend to, well, I'm using a larger needle. Did I lose my needle? I think I lost it. I felt it fall. I lost my needle here. I don't want to step on it. Oh, let's see what you're saying out there. Raul says, hi, Rain Girl. Roy says, $24 for our barber just to use the clipper machine. Size number 4, nothing special. It takes 7 minutes. But consider how many he has to do to stay in business. I guess it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a business for them. I don't think I've had a haircut since I've been down here. I just let my hair grow. I've trimmed it myself. Roy says, Mary, cut away. It's yours to have fun with. I just wasn't inspired. Well, I'm going to use it for my slow stitching journals. Maybe I'll send you something from it. But don't count on it yet, because I haven't even got it yet, and I'm working on this. So someday, maybe you'll get something back from it. Someday. Someday. I should have enough to do a running stitch up there. Let's clip that. Make the threads even. Yeah, it's kind of puckering on me, but you know, you have to consider this is a number 10 crochet thread too, and I've doubled the thread. And I really don't mind the pucker. I was kind of laughing at K3N because she was talking about the nice little puckers in one of her pieces. I think it was a silky piece. So if she appreciates them, I appreciate them. Otherwise, they're kind of no-nos, the puckering. I guess on a blouse or a garment, it would be a no-no. Unless you were casual and ripped a hole in it like they do their jeans nowadays. All right. Roy said, I mailed it on Tuesday. Well, today's Friday. Maybe I'll get it. If you mailed it on Tuesday, it should be coming, Roy. Did you mail the Graphic 45 kit to Sharon Marlowe? Hopefully you did. Did that go out to Sharon Marlowe? Let's see. Raul says, I'm talking about haircuts. I will cut my hair in 2 hours myself. I cut all the beard and the mustache too. Hi, Riri. Teresa says, I got my hair cut in December. Well, I trim the ends of my hair myself. I kind of do that unicorn cut. But I wear my hair piled up on top of my head anyway. It's generally how I wear it. But I comb it out every day. But I just, you know, I don't know. I don't really like myself in shorter hair. But in the summertime. But on the other hand, when you pull it up on top of your head, it's like a haircut. Like I've got it pulled on top of my head now. But I haven't combed it out from last night yet. So now see how that puckers. I need to straighten out those threads. Brenda says, Bo goes to the barber every 6 weeks. The cut is $17.50 for 6 minutes in the chair. He just gives him a 20. I use his haircut spending to justify my craft spending. Well, I'm kind of like that with my brother because he buys worms. And if he can pay $50 for worms and justify it because he's using them for fishing, I can go to an auction sale every now and then, buy all that fabric. I'm going to be tearing that big piece of fabric down. Gosh, that'll make me several items. Big old piece of, I don't think I realized how long it was when I bought it. I bought it because I saw all the gold lining and beautiful trim on it. I don't know what I'm going to use all that for. We'll figure out something. I'm just going to make it up to the corner, I think, with this thread. Now, I'm kind of a slow stitcher. I'm not a fast crafter. You guys have to know I'm slow. And that's why it's called slow stitching. I just take my time, meditate along the way. Meditate along the way. All right, I'm at this corner. I'm a blind knot corner, but I'm going to have to tie a knot in it anyway. And let's straighten out the puckers as much as we can. And where's my needle? Got lost in the fabric. And I'm just going to take a little, this is the inside of the fabric, and I'll probably trim the ends off eventually, but I'm just going to take a little double knot here to secure it. Oh, I guess that got knotted. I'm going to say it did. Let's pull a little off. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch my corner, and then I'm going to come back down this way and stitch this corner. Where's my needle? Lost my needle. What time is it? 7:39. I think I'm going to stop on this because I want to do some other things, and you guys get the idea. I'll stitch on this. I'll stitch on this offline because I do want to get it. I want to get it outlined so I can start. I'm going to concentrate on this portion of the book, of the fabric, but I really want to get everything stitched before I cut it apart. And it's going to be a lot of work, but I'm not going to stitch every circle. Like, let me go back. Let me fold it back where I started over here. This gets kind of boring to watch, slow stitching, for me anyway. And if it does for me, I'm going to assume it does for you. But over here, see, I'm going to be putting fabric pieces in and stitching. Like here, I think I'll leave this blank, but I stitched around there. I might do some stitches across here and just make some lines. I might need another one blank. So, or maybe there'll be some different types of fabric pieces in here. I think I cut a bunch of circles. So it isn't like it's going to be all filled in. And Becky, I think, put buttons. I think that's one of the prompts is the buttons. And what else? I have the prompts written down someplace. But let's move on and do something else today, too. I think I'm going to keep my figuring up here. That's just blank. I'm going to keep this with this. And we read out of Shakespeare today. We did a little sketchy sketch of Elizabeth I, who was the daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn. And I read the first couple lines. And I'm going to be reading more of this as we go along. I may not read the whole thing. I may skip a page and read a page. But I'm going to kind of sketch based on... And I couldn't find a copyright date for this book. I do not see a copyright on it. But it's obviously an older book. And it's stitched. But I don't want to. I'm going to draw in it like this. I might come back with some watercolor on here. I don't know. Let me. These, I don't know where I got these. These are Royal Langnickel. I probably got them at Walmart. But look, they're a little travel set. And you got a little foam there. You got a little water brush. And you got a little foam, I think, to... And then, how do these come out? They fold out. Do they fold out? Yeah. Oh, and you got a little palette. A fold out and a fold out. And you got three palettes here. And you got a little foam piece to... Let's put some water in here. If I can figure it out. I'm going to try to just put a little water on here and see how the paper reacts to it. I need a dropper. I don't know if I can squirt some water in there, maybe. Might move my book around. Let's see if I can. Shaky left hand. Let me get a towel. Catch my drips if I drip. It's not going in unless I match it up here. I I think that's pretty full. Didn't make too much of a mess. Where's the point? Now let me put this aside. Let's get my fabric. Well, let's put this on first or I'll spill it. And yeah, there it is. Okay. And I'm going to put this on the towel. And let me move the fabric off because I don't want to get it messy. Although it would just add to the prompts. All right, I think it was orange and brown, but they said it was vivid reds back in her day. So I'm going to use a little bit of this orange in here. Oh, that's pretty. Royal and Lang Nickel. Let's use a little of the red in there. Actually, that's really a vivid color. A very vivid color. Royal and Lang Nickel, I have to say, is not bad. They make nice brushes. I'm always buying their brushes. I don't have my watercolor thing off. Becky, bless her heart, gifted me some watercolor tubes. Thank you, Becky. I'll be using those. Yellows, my yellows are, I don't know, it must be my eyes. I never see much yellow when I'm working. There we go. Meri, it's yellow. Let's go back into the orange here. And let's put a little more of that red. What one did I use? This one? Because they said it was a red when, in her day, she wore a red gown and they turned yellow and brown. This would be nice for urban sketching if you're out and about. Which reminds me, if you guys ever watched Lindsay, the Frugal Crafter, she did an interview with, I think his name was Marty Owen. I think there's an Alan Owen and a Marty Owen. And she interviewed him. And they were talking about urban sketching. And he was talking about how he doesn't mind people coming up and looking at what he's doing and all that. He said he especially likes the kids. I'm still not at the point where I'm comfortable working in front of others in an outdoor environment. I'm a little self-conscious about that. I don't mind here because if I insult you, you can just go away. But if you insult me, well, that's a whole different story. There's a lot of pigment on there, I have to say. How much water? I've got quite a bit of water left in there. Oh, get that. Put it over by the rabbit. All right. And these were deep. Let's go to this deep red color here. And she has pearls on there. But she has some deep red on that picture that we looked up on Wiki. And the pearl strand, it's not too evident. I didn't draw it too evident, but her bodice has these horizontal pieces on here. Sort of like that. And probably come out just a little bit more here. And let's put some darker red in here just to... Now, if you do just a little color like this, it's not going to affect, because I don't have, I'm not really getting this page wet. I'm really getting the paint wet and putting the pigment on the page. I'm not really wetting the page itself. But I can. Let's see, I'm going to go in that with yellow. You're supposed to be able to mix your colors here on the palettes. Let's see if let's put, before I clean that off. And let's go to, I think this is the brown. Is that the brown? Or is that the black? That's the brown. In here. Let's put some, let's give her some brown here. Oh, I guess that's, no, that's brown. We'll mix some red in with her hair. I'll mix some red in with it. Let's mix some brown in with the red over here. Kind of get a reddish brown here. In there. Ooh, it looks purple. Maybe that's purple. It's the red. Hold it, let me. Let's try this. You gave me purple hair. Like there, that's brown. You gave me purple hair. Well, we'll get rid of it here. There. Consider that a rose in your hair. Let's get some more brown. Actually, her hair kind of has, I need my wipe-off sheet. I miss my wipe-off sheets. I don't like to waste my pigments. Let's grab some of this orangey color. In the picture, her hair had tones of orange in it, I think. Probably have to wait for that to dry. Clean my brush as much as I can. Let's go back into yellow here. I had bought these before Becky sent me the tubes. I like the tubes because when I'm working and I want to mix my colors, I don't have to drag the colors across. And I was commenting about that, and Becky heard me talking about it and sent me some. Bless her heart. Bless Becky's heart. Kind of blend this in here. I didn't get the pearls in there, but I don't want to sit and work at it all day. Now let's put a little bit of green in there for the greenery on the... And they do have a pretty green in here, I have to say. Let's just put a little green tones in here. All right, now she's holding a bouquet. And let's go back to this. I think this is more of a violet purple color up in here. And it was like dark feathery flowers, but I'm just going to put some purples. We almost gave her purple hair. She said, that's okay, I'll fit in with your age. And now I'll squeeze this out and get rid of it. How much water? Oh, I've got about half left in there. Let's go to this dark red again, or maybe, yeah, the dark red. And put some dark red in here. Maybe some blue in the flowers. Kind of hard to see them there with the orange. I miss my wipe-off sheet. Let's go to this. Where's the dark blue? Is this dark blue? It shows on here. I've got another palette in there. I've got 4 palettes. What color is this? Now it's dark blue. I'll put some blues in here. Kind of feather them out. The flowers are really feathery. I said there were feathers in there. And then she had a piece in here that was really pretty, a jeweled piece. And over in here. Okay, now her face, let's clean off my brush because it's blue. Boy, that's really a pigmented color. Now it looks green to me, but I think it's still the blue. Boy, that really had a lot of pigment on it. All right, I got about a third left. I want to mix some white, and they did give me white and a little bit of pink. I'm going to start with the white. I'm going to put it down in here. See, this is what I don't like. When I want to mix colors, I have to drag I have to get the pigment all wet, and I have to drag it down, and hopefully I got it in there. And then you have to clean your brush off if you don't want to get your other color all messy. Clean off your brush and let's grab it. This looks like a rose color here. Put a little on there. And that might be too much. Yeah, see, I'm going to mix it. And in order for that to get thin, I'm going to add water in there. Not more white. Well, I could put some more pigment in there. But then you have to clean your brush again if you don't want to get pink in your white. And I'm already getting some pink in there. And I want to do her face. Oops, I want a little more color on it. And I'm covering up her eyes. These are very pigmented paints, I have to say. I'll come back and work with that. It'll probably dry clearer. And let's just push some of that off in here because it's all, let's just push it off in there. I don't want to get my page too wet. I'll wipe that off before I put it away. All right. And let's do a little green swirls up in here. Little green pieces up in here. I think this is what Brenda was calling, what do you call them? Worm something. I'm just gonna kind of just bring that in there. Clean my brush off in the background. All right, we're gonna call that done. That was fun to do. Let's clean off my brush. I think I'll knock all water. Well, I could leave the water in it, but let's clean it, make sure it's clean as I can get it. And put the cap back on it. It's got maybe about an inch of water in there. I think it'll be okay in there. And we're going to clean this palette off for the next time. I'm not gonna leave it on here. Usually I leave my palettes dirty and reuse the pigment, but on here I'm just going to clean this one off. And we'll let this dry before I fold it up. These are Royal and Langnickel. Royal and Langnickel. Flipped kit. Travel watercolor set. I do like this a lot. Let's see, my brush goes in here. I like this a lot. Let's get the tip of that on there. So if I want to go urban sketching, and if I do want to step out of the car, I can just kind of hold it like this and work. So I'm going to set this aside. That was fun to play with. Where am I going to set it? Over here. Will it stay? Yeah. And we're going to let this dry before I fold it up. It's a little bit wet. So we did Queen Elizabeth I. Oh, dearie me. Well, I could flip it like this. Let's see if any of that comes off on it. A little green there. But probably off of that. I'm going to close that up. Okay, moving on. Mary, what did you want to do next? I wanted to slow stitch. But I did that already this morning. I wish I could find that 365 book that it's here somewhere among all this stuff. I know what I'm going to do. Let's draw. Mary's ready to draw. I've got my desk cleared up with stuff. I can put this big book. Oh, I need to put that with watercolors. The big book was gifted to me by Renee, Little Red Wagon, Renee. And I've been drawing. Now, 29 Faces is going on now, but I'm not participating, but I do like to draw portraits in here. And I'm ready to do Standing Bear. And I've been using these. I ordered some. I think they're coming today. I've been using these S-Gel pens. You want to get the bold. S-Gel 1.0 is the bold. And I usually take a Play-Doh container and put under here to hold it all up. And let me get my phone out. I think I'm going to do Standing Bear. I brought him down off of Wiki. I don't know how long ago, though. Photos. No. Where's Standing Bear? He's in here someplace. Probably down at the bottom of all my doodles here. Well, I could just go back out to Wiki because I'm in Christmas stuff. Let's go back out to Wiki. And let me get out of this. I'll go back out to Wiki. And I have to get into my Netflix, my Wiki. I like Wikipedia. I love that it's the common Wiki. Standing Bear. Standing Beat. Standing Bear. Standing Bear. 1829 to 1908. He's got a spelling of it. Machunazi. Machunazi. Pronounced Matfu Nazi or something like that, was a Ponca chief and a Native American civil rights leader who successfully argued in the U.S. District Court in 1879 in Omaha, so that would have been in Nebraska, I think, that Native American Indians are persons within the meaning of the law and have the right of habeas corpus, thus becoming the first Native American judiciary granted civil rights under American law. His first wife, Zazeti Primeau, daughter of Lone Chief, was also known as Antoine Primeau, mother of Prairie Flower and Bear Shield, was also a signatory on 1879 writ that initiated the famous court case. So there he is, standing there, and I think there's a portrait of him in here. That's probably his wife. Thought there was one. Well, we'll go out. We'll bring this one down and expand it. I thought I had a, maybe I was doing Sitting Bull. We're going to do Standing Bear today. Let's go and look at the details and bring it down. Save image. Open. But let's go back and read the details. The details, the file information. This image has been released for the public domain. This work, it doesn't tell us much about it here. Usually I can find more about it. Let's go back one. And I kind of read about all of this, but let's go down this way. Here he is in all of his Indian garb. He was born in 1829. He died in 1908. He was an American. Nationality, occupation was the chief and Native American civil rights leader, known for the first Native American judicially granted civil rights under the American law. They didn't reference his wife or anything in here. Lecture tour, later years, legacy and honors and references. Okay, let's go back to my library here and open this up. And oh, I'm going to swipe it so I can get a better one I can. And it's all pixelated. It's pretty pixelated. I thought I had a better one of him in there. I don't know if I can do that. I can't draw from that. So, let me go back out to Wiki, see if I can't get a better image. Details. I might have brought down maybe they have a better image of him here. Because that one's certainly better. But this one is pretty pixelated. And sometimes if you hit the details, they'll see, files say, sometimes they have a better image, but this one doesn't look like it. Let's go back one. And as much as I'd like that, I can't draw from it. Let's look at this one. And details. Oh, this one's really dark. I don't know if I want to draw from that one either. This just doesn't, maybe I was doing Sitting Bull, because let me type in Sitting Bull. See if Sitting Bull, was it Sitting Bull? Sitting. Maybe I'm all mixed up. Wiki. Maybe this was the one I wanted. Yeah, I think this was the one, because it's more of a portrait style, but I wonder if it's pixelated. Let's bring this down. Let's see. Let's do the details. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Details. Original summary. Sketch of Sitting Bull by Jerome Stilson. Let's see, this is a sketch. Let's go back to this one. He was born Jumping Badger. Grand River, Dakota Territory, December 1890. Cause of death was a gunshot wound. Resting places in South Dakota. He had several spouses, light hair, four robes woman, snow on her, seen by her nation, and scarlet woman. Here's his son. Here's his son. Pretty good picture of his son. They like to wear those blankets around their shoulders. Here's his daughter. Let's see, Standing Holy was a daughter. William Sitter Bull, also known as Runs Away From Him, was a son. Well, he's pretty cool. He's the son of Sitting Bull. kind of like that, but that feather might be hard to draw. Here's another sun, I think, John Sitting Bull. Wait, they like their ornamentation. Parents were Jumping Bull and her holy door. Relatives were White Bull nephew, One Bull nephew, and Flying Hawk. Here's One Bull. They're all bulls. I think he died in the Battle of the Little Bighorn in South Dakota. I think it was Custer. Yeah. The Cheyenne defeated the 7th Cavalry under George Armstrong Custer, annihilating Custer's battalion. But how did he die? Did he die? I don't know if he died in that battle. Sitting Bull refused to surrender, and in May 1877, he led his band north to Wood Mountain. He remained there until 1881, when he and most of his band returned to U.S. territory. Said he died of a gunshot wound. Here. Because of the fears that Sitting Bull would use his influence to support the ghost dance movement, Indian Service agent James McLaughlin at Fort Yates ordered his arrest. During an ensuing struggle between Sitting Bull's followers and the agency police, Sitting Bull was shot in the side and head by Standing Rock policeman, Lieutenant Bullhead, Lakota. After the police were fired upon by Sitting Bull's supporters, his body was taken to. So he didn't. I think they won the battle of the Bighorn there. But let's see. I think this is the picture I brought down. I'm going to bring it down again. Details. And save image. And open. There's Standing Bull and Sitting Bull. Standing Bear and Sitting Bull. Well, you know. Yeah. This is pretty good. I don't know if I'm going to put the feathers on his head. I guess I could. And look at his braids. Is that his hair? Or is that... I think that's a collar around his hair. I don't think that's his hair. Could be. Well, it looks like it's... Boy, that's pretty long hair. But let's concentrate on his face. This is really what I want in here. And I'm going to leave it zoomed out. I'm going to leave it zoomed out because you can see me draw him. And actually, I think I want to put my camera here and draw over here this time. Let's move it more this way. And that's as far as I can expand this. I could probably, let's do a swipe. Swipe. And once I swipe it, then I can zoom in further and get way in there. So if I want to look at the eyes or something. But I think I don't know if I want to put all of his feathers in there because that'll take up a third of the page. I think I'll just do his, because I'm just more interested in the face. So I'm going to start over here, and when I draw, I kind of look at the image. You can tell on here, his skin is really rough. Let's see if I can't bring that down a little here. His face is really rough. I can tell he's got a weathered face. It's been out in the sun. But, yeah, that's his braid there, because see, there's his hair, and it looks like he might have wrapped something around in there, though. All right, so, and his face is kind of a oval shape. See how oval that is? He's got a square chin, but a very oval, it's not a rectangular face, it's more oval. He's got high cheekbones, and you can tell he's been out in the sun. He's got some little wrinkles in there, some wrinkles up on his forehead. He's got a very staunch, grim, kind of a grim mouth. grim, G-R-A-M. But let's start with the shape of his face, since that's what's, and his eyes, you know, his eyes are kind of narrow. They're not big and round. So let's see, and his hair up here is relatively flat on top and comes out, you know, this way. But I don't need a, you know, so let's start with, let's put in, I'm right up in here, kind of his hair on the top here. And I'm just kind of sketching now. The part on his hair does not angle too much. It's got a part in there, and then it kind of comes down this way. And his forehead is, it's probably wider, but his hair is covering up his forehead, so his face looks narrower in here, but his head probably comes up like that. But because his hair angles down, it's covering up a part of his head. So it's kind of narrow in here. And then I'm going to put his eyebrow right in here. So he's got a pretty high forehead. And that kind of falls with where the hair starts curving down that way. His eye kind of falls in there. Right, kind of across there. See where that hair comes down? And on this, see if I put that in there and kind of bring his eyebrow around like that. I want to say he's frowning, but it's probably just, I wouldn't call that exactly a frown. It's kind of grim in a way, though. So this is where his eyebrows are going, right in here. And this part of his eyebrow kind of angles down, and then you kind of see a slant going up right in there. And then you see the line, this line here up above his nose, kind of like that. And that's kind of all shady in there, sort of. And his eyebrow, let's zoom it in. His eyebrow meets his hairline. So, and I certainly have that going on right in there, all up in there. And see, he's got a lot of wrinkling on his face. Kind of put in some, I don't want big lines, but I kind of want to put some wrinkles in there. Some lines. You can tell he's been out in the sun. He was an Indian, so he probably had his share of being out in the sun. And then his hairline up here, relatively flat. All right, let's come back down to the eyes. The eyes themselves start a little distance in from the edge of the hairline. But he also has all this area space in there. So the eyes themselves are really not that big. They look big, but when you look at it in the totality of the face, they're not that large. So let's kind of put some eyes in there and see how I do. Kind of comes down that way, and I usually don't have too much trouble with eyes, but I usually make them much larger than I need to be. And you can see in here, you can really see the darker part of the eye more than you can see the lighter part in there. This in here is really dark. This is colored. And then the skin of his eyelid, you can see where that kind of comes up that way. And then this is shaded in here. And then it really gets dark And I might make this a little bit more. It really gets dark in here. Right in here is what, and then it's dark underneath of his eye, right in there, kind of coming down that way. And you can, not quite as dark over on this side. And then he's got those lines in there, coming like that. And maybe a couple of other little lines in there. Now, this you can kind of see, and I'm drawing with a bigger pen, so this is kind of shady in here, right up in there. So I can't get a really fine definition in here because my pen is a bowed pen. But his eye, he's got a dark line up in here, and it kind of goes across this way. And you kind of see the end of his little, you know, his eyeball there. I'm right in there, that area in there. And I think I'm going to stop there and put in some shading here for his bridge of it, his building the bridge of his nose in here, in there. And let's move over. And then over here, and this whole area in here, it kind of dark in there. And kind of a dark area in here, and it kind of carries off over that way. So let's kind of shade this in. And I'm wanting to do this a little bit more there. And then there's a lot of skin in there. So this other eye, and Annie V kind of taught me this, where, let's use this towel. The length of this eye is this long. And so his other eye doesn't start till over here. And the eyes, let's see if that's true on this picture. Let's measure from here, if I can without bumping it, to here. Is about the length between his two eyes, which is about the length of this eye. So from here to here, from there to there, and from there to, and that's kind of long over there, out to there. But it's long and it's narrow. So I might have to bring this out a little bit. Well, I think it might be just right. Let's see, let's bring this up a little. And kind of bring it down that way. And then he's got this, you can kind of see the highlights of his eyelids there. So I kind of want white in there and some white going up. I'm trying to put shading in there without putting marks. And then it kind of comes around, and see, it's highlighted in here. And then it kind of comes around this way. And then he has this line coming down this way, sort of like that. And he's got all these little pit marks on his face there. Lines. I don't want to make him look too old. And there's shading going on up in here. Let's put this... let's put this one in. Now this eyeball, this one is almost in the center of his eye. This one's kind of weird. This one is more to the side. So I'm going to do it like that. And it's a little bit darker. And you still see the white of his eye in there. But it's pretty narrow. And it closes up in here. And then his nose, the shadowing on his nose comes down in here, kind of comes down this way. I think this needs to be a little bit more defined up here. And let's see, it comes down, and kind of comes down into there. And he does have some lines in here. I'm in this area here. And actually this is all shady in here. I'm just going to put some light lines going on way up here. I'm pretty happy with that. Now the nose, which is always a challenge to me, he doesn't have that much space between this puff under his eye and the beginning of the nostril in here, just a little. So probably about like this. And you come around like that. And you don't see a big nostril, you just see a sort of like a little nostril in there. And he's got a pretty big bridge of his nose, if you call it the bridge. The point, the tip of his nose is pretty big in there. And then the other nostril falls off into here. And then this is all in shade, because I'm in here. And actually, it almost looks like it's shady right down this whole side of the face. And I think I have that a little low. But we're going to go with it. And then he's got a very dark line in here, coming down this way, with some shading. And then this is all shady. This whole part of it is shady. If I can do some light shading, kind of light lines. And also underneath of the nostril here, he's got that part right in there. Kind of comes down. And then he's got his grim lips there. They're not really at a point, but they are kind of too. And he's not smiling, that's for sure. And then this line kind of comes out a little bit more like that. Well, let's go back up here. I noticed that this eyelid is also darker in here. And I think this eye is a little bit darker than I have it. There. And it's also darker in here. Alrighty, I think I'm pretty happy with this so far. Kind of comes down. And he's got this high cheekbone over here. I think all the Indians of that nationality, American Indian, have those high cheekbones there. And he's got a high cheekbone that kind of comes around that way. And then kind of comes down this way. And kind of curves up like that. And he's got a pretty high cheekbone over here too. See how high his cheekbone is in there? So we're just gonna kind of curve a cheekbone in there. And I'm not happy with the eyes yet. Here. Just needs some more lines in there, I think. All right, let's go back to the cheekbone. It curves around like that. And I do tend to jump around when I'm drawing. I notice things as I'm drawing, like I might be working on the hair and then all of a sudden see something on the face that needs adjusting. Or I might go down to the lips and work on that for a bit. I don't really finish one thing and then move to the next. I'm kind of all over the place when I sketch. And let's see, like that. Oh, it's kind of where I glance and then I think, oh, I need to work on that, or I need to work on that, and I'll move up and work, and then I'll come back down and work on something else. He's got this kind of a divot in there under his nose. And his nostril area is kind of all shaded in. very vivid lines in there. Probably more of a line there than I want. And then the lower lip, you see a white going on in there. You kind of see some shading up at the top. You see a very distinct shadow in here. Very distinct line. And it kind of breaks off there. Comes down and you see a little there. And then you see a little bit of shadow up at the top. And then you see the shadow underneath the lower part of the lip where it forms the lip. Kind of coming off over that way. And it kind of blends in up here. And then shadow in here. A little bit of shadowing going on there. Now we're getting to his chin area, which is down in here. He's got pretty much a square chin. His face squares off down in here. It squares off. And he's got a very distinct chin there. And that probably comes in line with his nose. So it falls more up in here. And more like that. And his face comes up. And it comes on the side of his face, it comes down like this and kind of comes around. That might be a little bit too. But he's got all this hair going on over here. And it comes out like this. And then curves in a little bit. And let's see, this is his face here. And his neckline in here. And then he's got his hair. I do think he's got something tied in here. This looks like it's part of his hair, but I'm not sure about all of this. What's going on there? I hate to think about it, to tell you the truth. We'll just kind of bring those lines down. This hair does not look the same as this, which kind of creeps me out. But they are Indians, so there we go. And I'm just going to you can kind of see where it's been tied with the ties there. So I'm going to kind of put some lines, some tie lines in here. And just kind of do some, it actually looks lighter. It looks lighter down here than it does there. His hair actually looks like it ends someplace in there, in this photo. That may just be a function of the photo. And I'm going to make it come way down because it's pretty long on him. It comes almost down to his belt line. And I'm just going to put some ties in here. And just scribble some lines in here for his hair. Now his neck. He does have a neckline. So it comes down. It's got a very distinct looking button there. So that comes right under his chin right there. So I'm going to put that button right here. And he's got the collar of his shirt coming in there. And this is all shady in. And actually all this is shaded in too. This whole side of the face, except for his cheekbone, is kind of shaded. And I think his face might be too fat in there. Just narrow it down just a little bit more. It is round, but I might have goofed that up. But I'll be putting water on it. So we want to make his cheekbone very distinct in there. And then this is all kind of in shadow. There's a little bit of a line going in here. kind of up and in there. And this could be a little darker in there. All right. I'm pretty happy with it so far. It's not perfect, but it is what it is. All right. Now over here on this side, his hair comes down, swoops down. He's got kind of a square face in there, an oval square, and it comes down that way. He's got some shading going on in here. Some shading, you see how it's shaded in there? He's got that high cheekbone in there, so let's put some shading in here. But he also has a white. Looks like the light is hitting him this way. The light's coming from the upper, my upper left, because this all is light in here, and it's shading down in here. And then see his neck would fall someplace in, maybe up a little in there. And he's got a little bit of his collar, his shirt showing in there, and then his hair coming up. Something like, yeah, something like this. Am I happy with that? Maybe not quite out that much. And out a little bit more here. And we're just going to put lines in here real fast. I do like sketching with these S-Gel pens, but I like the bold ones the best. The bold ones, I don't know, I like the flow of the ink on them. Now you can see his hair is darker in there. And that's what I'm doing here. And he's got that braid in there. I think he's got a cloth or something wound up in there. Now this hair looks darker down in here. So this one, I don't know. I still think that this is a different hair than this up here. But this one doesn't look as bad. This looks like it might be his hair. It might just be the lighting. Now let's put some ties in here. And I'm going to go every which way here. Get his braids in there and put some hair in there. And this is his shirt here. And it's, you look at it up close, it's a narrow collar like that. Kind of like that. Looks like it might have some stitching going on in there. And there's that very distinct button there. And the button's all the way down. I might just put a couple in there. Might just put one more button in there. All right, I think I'm kind of happy with this. I think he looks kinder on my face, on mine, than he is. He looks more stern there. Maybe I just don't have the frown lines in there. It's very dark in here. Shadow in there. Distinct nostril in there. A little bit of shadowing coming down this way. And very dark in here. And let's see, his head comes down. I'm going to make a line there. And then his collar wraps around this way. So let's put that in there. And his chin, very distinct shadowing going on here. But this is darker and underneath because it's his neckline. And I'll smooth all that out. And let's just bring this down a little for his braids. And I'm going to end it in here someplace, because they are long. They go clear down to his belt line. And then his shirt kind of has a, let's put another button on down here. It's kind of a, looks like a linen type shirt, because it's got some kind of wrinkles in there. Cotton probably. But it looks like, if you look at it, look at that. Is that stitching in there? Or is that just pattern? I can't tell. But it's all on his shirt. Looks like it might be stitched. It could be a pattern print. All right, his shoulder comes back. Let's go back down here. His shoulders come off in here, because here's that dark part of his hair here. So his shoulder kind of comes in there, kind of down around that way. And you can see wrinkles there on his shirt. And the thing over here kind of comes off that way. All right, I think I'm happy with it. Do I want to, I don't really want to put the feather in, because, you know, if I put the feather in here, that feather would come down there. And his head would start in here, and I wouldn't be able to get all this on the page. And this is the fun part where I just scribble. So it kind of comes up. And some sides of the pages, it's easier for me to scribble than, like it was really easy for me to scribble there. Scribbling here is a little bit harder for me. What time is it? 8:41. Am I losing my, no, I'm still at 100%. All right, let's shade this in. It's pretty dark in here. Kind of comes around and up, and it's got a dark line in here. Dark line in there. And that kind of comes out a little bit more here. I don't know what's going on in there. Probably the way his hair is. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with it. The shirt has a lot of wrinkling going on, which tells me it's probably a cotton shirt. But I do, if I expand this out, I see little, I don't think, it almost looks like little V stitches, but I think it's probably a print. Which makes me wonder where he got his shirt. And let's see, I guess there is kind of a, well, no, it opens up over here, but I can kind of see some part of where the buttons go in here. And it's very wrinkly shirt. It was not pressed. It was not pressed. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with this. Let's go back and add some dark to his eyes and maybe expand this and add some more detail in here on his eyes. And this will get darker if I put water on it. And this area in here is very dark. Don't want to give him a black eye though. And let's darken his lips a little more in here. And he's very grim. Alrighty. So now I think I'm ready to put some water on here. Got too dark in there, but I'll get that out. All right. So let's get a soft brush of sorts. Let's see what I have here with my eyes. I've got this one that I use for watercolor. And I've got a flat one, which might be good for angular face. And let's get a, oh, and I've got, did that fall off? I'll have to glue that back in there. I think it'll work for today. Let me get a little cup out. I think I can still use that one. It's got black acrylic in it, but I think I can still use it for water. Pour some water in my cup. And put that over here so I don't spill it. I don't need much water for this. What time is it? It's 8. It's almost 9 o'clock. I can go a little later on Friday mornings, which I might. I haven't heard the phone ring, so we're okay there. If the phone rings, I might have to leave. And let's start with this hair. Let's start down in here. And see how this softens everything. And let's just kind of play with this a little. I don't want it, I want different tonal values in here. I don't want it all black. So I might take my towel and just blot up a little of that to give it some tonal value. I really do like sketching with these S-Gel pens. And then it's pretty dark all on this side. And this whole area in here is pretty dark. Until you get down into this part. Now, his face. Shadowing going on in here. It is darker under this part of his neck. And I have to be kind of careful around the eyes because it's not all shady. It's darker in here. Whoops. Kind of ran in there. But don't want him to have a black eye either. And it kind of comes up. He's got all these lines in here. I'm just trying to soften them. And this part of his head is in shadow over here. There's a part in there too, but this, like the light is coming this way. Let's do his lips in here. His chin line up in here, kind of, and whoops, I don't want that in there. You have to watch because this ink sometimes wants to do what it wants to do, not what you want it to do. And let's see, I think I want to put a little, something about this isn't ringing true to me in there. Oh, in here it needs more shadowing. And I can take, like if I don't like this area, I can wet it and blot it, and that will lift some of it. Won't lift it all. And maybe in here, I think I got it a little dark in there. And this is mixed media paper, so it holds up to the water pretty good. And yeah, I don't want to darken those eyes too much in there because he's got fairly light up in here. All right. I think I'm pretty happy with that. This might be a little dark to me. If I can lighten that in there by blotting it. Lifting up some of that ink. Oh, I got the watercolor there. So I'm pretty happy with him. Now let's soften all these lines in here. Although his shirt is white, I want to soften the lines a little. Because there is shadowing, especially in here. There's a lot of shadowing going on in there and down in here. And I think for a sketch, I think I'm pretty happy with it. It's not a bad sketch. It's not perfect. Certainly not perfect, but all right, now I want a background, and I'm really tempted to use some watercolor on the background and not ink. Let's get rid of this. Let's bring out that palette, that Royal Line Nickel Travel palette, which I'm very happy with. This will be nice for urban sketching. I'm pretty happy with this. I might try to pick me up another one. I'm sure I got it at Walmart. And I got this before Becky sent me her stuff. Now I don't want the reds, and I'm going more for these tones for the background. I'm thinking that pretty blue would be nice on him, kind of bring out his, I wonder if he's got blue eyes. I doubt it. Indians probably have dark eyes. Nationality. But he would look nice with blue eyes, wouldn't he? I'm not sure I like this so much for, I like to do the little piece that I did with this, but I'm not really liking, I did that Shakespeare book with this watercolor, but I'm not sure I really like it for the bigger areas in here. I'm finding I have to dip my brush several times in here to get what I want. But that's okay, we'll play with this. We'll pretend he's outdoors under the big sky. Is this blue? That's a dark, oh, there's what I want. Ooh, that's kind of a teal. I think that's green. That's green, but we'll mix it with some blue. That's that phthalo green. Let's mix it. This blue, to me, should be brighter. I was going after the darker blue, but I kind of like that green in there, too. That's a phthalo green. Let's mix some water with that. That's the green of the trees. And let's see. I guess we're going to carry it. And if you looked on here, you could see that this was a dark green. That's a lighter green. There looks like there's another. Well, no. This is that. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see these darker colors on their palette. They just give you a suggestion. You kind of have to figure it out for yourself. Now, I do like doing the background in color. Bring a little of that down here. All right, now I want to go back to the blue. This blue, I want that blue to be as vivid as what I see on the palette. And to me, it's, of course, I'm using water on it, but to me, it should be a much more of a blue, a bright blue like that green was. To me, the blue I'm a little bit unhappy with, but that's just me. And of course, now I'm seeing it with the light. Now, I don't know, you guys might be seeing it brighter with my phone light. Let's put it in there. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. Up like that. I should probably be using a bigger brush, but I'm using the one I have. All right, I'm going to quit. Put that brush, I'm not going to put it in the water because I'll probably lose the brush. Just wash it out. I need to glue that brush back in there, the little tip of it. I don't know if I'm going to, I get it pretty clean. All right, and we're going to let this dry. What time is it? It's 8:50, it's 9 o'clock. I got about 45 minutes, approximately. I might decide to leave a little early. Let's find out what's going here. It's not plugged in. Ow. I think this is the only page in this book that I put any color on. I might start doing my backgrounds in color. I'm fairly happy with him. He's not perfect, but I think I got him pretty good. I could probably use a little bit of shading right in there. So what have I done this morning? I worked on my slow stitch, my book cover. I measured that all out. I did a calendar page. I did a Shakespeare page. And I drew. What else? Oh, I know, I'm going to get my scribble journal out. And we'll put my scribble journal together because I'm just about to the end of the one I'm using. And see, this page took that water pretty nice. I don't see anything really coming through over here. It's a little wrinkly, but as you fold the book up and it has weight on it, it'll smooth out. It's a little damp yet. I think it's dry enough to close. So I want to document on here. Let's see. Let's use my combo marker if I can find it again. Let's dump this water out. I think I can use that little cup again. I'm not ready to throw my little cup away yet. Put my Play-Doh container. They're the right height. My Play-Doh container, while my pages are still, you know, relatively thin, this Play-Doh container is the right height. Is this my Tombow marker? What did I do with it? It's here. Here it is. So this is Chief Sitting Bull, because the other one I did was Standing Bear. This is Chief's Sitting Bull. Maybe we'll go back and do some of the relatives. Had a lot of bull families, bull portraits, bull heads. So, and I'm going to put reference photo from Wiki, ref photo from Wiki. Public domain. And this is February the 9th, I believe, 9th. Yes, Friday the 9th, 2024. And I'm going to sign it here. And this will mean something to me 10 years from now. When I say, when did I do that? Who is that? It's obviously an Indian. So I'm pretty happy with it. I might take a picture of it and use it in as my thumbnail. Let me take a picture of it here before I close up the book. His eye's a little dark in here, but it's okay. Let me get to my camera. And you guys can't see it very good, but I can. And there it is. It's right here. So there we go. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that. I enjoy sketching in this big book. Yeah, fun. So let me put this away and I'll come out and look at chat. And then we'll put my little scribble journal together. And I think by that time, it will be time to close out the stream. What's this? Oh, I know what that is. That goes in there. All right. Need to throw my trash away today. I've got all sorts of stuff on my floor that needs to be tossed. Hold the phone. Let's come out and look at chat. Penelope, she says, I'm up here, Mary. You put me up above so I wouldn't get in the way. All right, let me come out and refresh chat and see what you all are talking about out there. Let's see. Chat's filter, top messages, chat filter, all messages. That's how I refresh. All righty. Have a good day, Mary, Cheryl says. Have a good day. Oh, thank you, Mary. You're welcome, Cheryl. You have a good day. Let me zoom in a little because I've got that big book off my desk now. Doop. There we go. You don't see my arms. Well, you'll see my arms anyway, but you don't see the desk. Okay. Bye, Becky. Have a good day. Becky laughs. She says, okay, I got to get to the post office. Cheryl says, my sister and brother look Native American, not me. Everyone has brown eyes. My family came in with blue eyes. Thank you, Cheryl. She says, awesome sketch. Thank you, Becky. I had to go out and come back in, Cheryl says. I love the drawing, Mary. Thank you, Cheryl. What a fun sketch. Thank you, Kimberly. I want to see Becky. Yes. Let's see. What did Becky say? Becky said, I just sent you a photo, Renee. Becky said, nope. She says, you something on the hook. You yawn over twice on the hook. Joyce. I think she's talking to Joyce. Joyce says, I don't like the look of the treble. Yeah, treble, you do the yarn over twice when you crochet. The single, you just kind of loop in and pull through. The double crochet, you yarn over once and pull through twice. And the treble crochet, you yarn over twice and pull through 3 times. I think that's how it goes. Becky, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Renee says, oh, you did, Aunt Beck. Beck said, I crocheted a version of that shawl wrap twice. Oh, she sent a picture of it to Renee. This is all wonderful after being in pain for months. What is she talking about? Oh, there's Marguerite. Hi, Marguerite, if you're still there. Renee is here. Oh, she put her shoes on. Yeah, Becky had some work done on her toe, I think. Becky said, we might stay home and order online since we weren't able to easily read the labels. I remember when they first did that by me, it was razor cartridges for men and women's razors. Not sure what they're talking about there. Renee said, he's off to PetSmart after being unnerved by the merchandise that is being kept behind plexiglass due to high theft rates. Oh, my. Who said that? Renee did. Roy, whooshed. Is he Superman today? And Renee said he's off to PetSmart. And I can't read up any further. Dara's here. Hi, Shelly. There's Shelly. Hi, Crafty Mamas. How are you doing? How are you doing? Are you tired yet? It's almost been a whole week. Are you just getting your energy back after that wonderful sale that we had? I want to do my scribble journal. And let me reach for stuff here. I think it's here someplace. But goodness knows, I might have to pull stuff out here. We're still working on my paper dolls. Now tonight I want to play an art game, so I may not get to these for a while yet. And we'll keep them out. I've already lost his hat, but we can cut another one. It's here someplace, the hat that I cut out for him. We're doing Bud and Gertrude. Gertrude's a milliner. I don't know if we picked I'm calling these slow stitch paper dolls because I'm stitching fabric on there. She's going to be dressed in a pink suit. Oh, ooh, she could wear that hat behind her. Even a half of a hat. Ooh, that would look cute, wouldn't it? Fold that flower in half. And then here's her. She's going to have a pink suit on. Like this. Ooh. She's going to be one jazzy lady. I'm going to fold these up in here. So his hat is here someplace. There's a scrap of paper. And this is Winkle Picker. Winkle Picker, Becky said, was talking about Winkle Picker in chat. It has long pointed shoes, Winkle Picker. So this was the scraps of my paper dolls. So I stapled together Winkle Picker. Shelley says, I'm good. She's packing all the boxes. Shelley, I'm in the Outer Banks, Kimberly says, so I'm waving from the coast. Oh, pink reminds me of Jacqueline Kennedy. Yes, it does, doesn't it? Jacqueline Kennedy wore those little pillbox hats. This is Valentine fabric, but she's going to get dressed in that. And I'm going to put all of this. What's that? I don't know what that paper, I think it's just folded. I'm going to put it in there. This little book I was tearing out of, this is a reproduction of this Sears catalog in miniature. I'm getting down to my, and there's the Tim Holtz that I was using for faces. Here, I think this is my scribble journal stuff here. Is what I want, but I might have more stuff here. these I'm going to use as journal pages for my 2024 journal. This is from the Zine Swap, my notes. This is a printout of the little heart-shaped thing I did. Let's see if I have anything else I want to kind of cleaning off my... This is a postcard. There's my swatch card. I'm going to keep that out. And what's this? Here's some more cards. That's what I think I was looking for my scribble journal. And I think that's more scribble journal stuff. And that can go there. This is from a long time ago. I was doing something with that. I could make a scribble journal out of that. It's an envelope. I think these were the larger papers. And I probably won't use them. And let's see. Towels. And then I'm back down to Becky's. Becky gifted me these tube watercolors. And I can put the lid on this now. It's dried out. She gifted me these. These are Winsor Newton, and these are Koi. And it looks like I dropped their empty little pan out of there. And then I'm down to my doodles. I want to get those organized. We're going to do that Sunday night. And I still have the scavenger hunt that I'm working on here. I should do that too. I don't know if I'll have time to do a scavenger hunt page. But this is part of the January journal here. That's what I'm trying to get to. And here's the notes for the scavenger hunt. All right, I think I've dug out enough here. Well, here's the fabric postcard thing that I did. This was not postcards. Becky did a fabric, but I did, was this mine or Becky's? This is a Pick 10 postcards, and I think I made mine into a, no, I had a postcard giveaway. I think that was mine. I did it in January. That goes there. All right, I think I'm down, dug enough stuff out here. Let me put this stuff back. Whoops. Yeah. Hold on. This is going to go in my 2024 journal, and I'm not going to. I've got some things in here. Somebody sent me some stuff here. Cool stuff. Who sent me this? This came from, who sent me this? I think Laura Vasquez sent me this. It's going to go in my 2024 journal. Put it here. And so I'm kind of building the pages without binding it. All of this, that's a scavenger hunt. This is all scavenger hunt. This will go in my journal, but I'm doing the ABCs for the scavenger hunt. These are my doodle decks. This is Becky's watercolors. I'll put that up there. I'm trying, and then this I got out for the, these all go to the, I'm getting down to the scribble journals. This is all scribble journal stuff here. Scribble journal. That's a transparent page. That'll go in here. Oh, I know. I did a postcard. We might do that tonight. Do a postcard. Give away one postcard, and then I mail it on Saturday. We did that last week. Joyce won it. And this is all my planning for the zine swap here. So this is all doodle. So this is the beginning of my 2024 journal. It's going to be this size. And I could probably bind this into its own little signature. I'm not sure, though, how I'm going to bind the total thing. I'm going to put it up here. And we have these Tim Holtz Did I have the other package out here? No, I guess I put it away. All right. And then I'll be wanting these Sunday night. So I kind of sorted it out, sort of sorted it. Let me balance it a little better. I'm going to have a craft lunch. And I want to keep all this. Whoops, that goes with those. And this is all scavenger hunt here. I think I'm done with E here. I've got A, B. I'm ready for E. C, A, B, D, A, D. I got another signature here someplace. I probably didn't pull it out. I'll run across it. Or I'll do it again. I won't get it done by April. I know. All right. That goes in with the journal stuff. All right. So what I want to do here is pretty simple. It's 9:15. I've got half an hour. I just want to make a scribble journal. And what I do is I've sorted all this stuff into, it looks like I've already started on this. And I just make little journals and I bind them. Look, I have a rubber stamp that I did there. And I bind them so that I can write little notes out at my recliner. And I might add a couple more. How about the special friend one? Some papers. And, that goes with the doodle stuff. Let's see what I have in here. I actually got a hefty bag out for this. I was digging all the cards out of that bottom drawer the other day. So I did a Garfield one. Had a Garfield stationery. But I think, where's that other one? I think this card belongs over in here. Certainly doesn't belong with Garfield. And he belongs, let's take this one out of here. And I want that kind of for the cover, I think. I might decide different. That's pretty thick there. Put this one in here. That's my brother's significant other's son. Love you, John. He's a pretty good guy. He's the father of the granddaughter that's going to have the baby coming up here. All right. So this is going to become a doodle journal in here. That's deepest sympathy card. I still don't know if I want that for the cover. And I think that's probably as thick as I make it, but I'm not sure that I want this one for the cover. Let's try something else. Here's a thinking of you. I like that better. And these get kind of thick here, but I could, you know, I could put this one underneath of it, like so, and then put this one on top. I like that better. So there's one. And what time is it? It's 9:18. There's a happy birthday card, happy anniversary. Kind of like this for a cover. I'm thinking I got it from Arlene, but I'm not real sure. And here's a bridge. This is a bridge book cover here. Bridge notes, but I like the oriental birds. And let's see. These are cards. Let's go back over here and get my phone out of the way. Shelley's packing boxes. Busy lady. Have we announced how much you made it to sell yet? Marguerite, put in dollar signs, money for shopping. Let's see. Mary, there's money in that card. Which card? Oh, the one from Laura? Stop! Where was it? It was up here. I put it in my journals. There's money in there? I think was there a $20 bill? I might have pulled that out. I might have pulled the money out of it, Laura. Is there still money in it? Let me go see. Was there money in here? Where? I think I pulled the money out, didn't I? There's $20 in there. Laura! Laura! Look, somebody else. Did you send me this $20? I got this, I think, from... I've got $40. We're going to Lincoln on Monday. Thank you so much, Laura. Oh, Mary, check chat. I love you guys. Luckily, she doesn't throw away too much. Oh, that's fortunate. Look, I got money to shop with. Don't tell my creditors. Don't tell my creditors, please. I work on paying off my bills. Yeah, I'm doing okay there. All right. Thank you. Look, I completely overlooked that. This is some mad money for some thrift store shopping. You know it's time to shop. I completely did not see that. Why not? Because you had a tag over it, just like that. And that paper clip probably went over here. And I put up here. It's not doing any good up there. Oh, my Laura, I'm making a mess of things, aren't I? Let's put this back on, the paper clip. I think it comes around and down. There we go. Thank you so much, Laura. I'm glad you saw that. I absolutely would not have, probably 3 years from now, I would find it. Thank you so much, Laura. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shelley, it's too late now to spend that money at your house. Let's see, there's my C. That goes with my scavenger hunt stuff. I knew it was in here someplace. And there's my hearts that I printed off from my little heart zine. This is all going to be my 2024 journal. And I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the templates. Maybe put them in an envelope. All right. Forward. Onward, forward. Thank you, guys. Did Shelley leave? Let's see. I missed what Shelley said. Let's see. She said hello to Marguerite. She said, "Well, Kimberly, how far are you from Asheville?" She said she's good. She's packing all the boxes from the sale. So she's probably a pretty busy lady. I've got $40 to spend from you guys, but don't tell. I'm going to try to sneak off while my brother's in the doctor office, because he'll be in there for a couple hours. And I think our Hobby Lobby and our Joann's, I especially want to go to Joann's, because they closed our Joann's close here. All right, so I think I'm going to make a small journal for this. And I think I'm going to make a larger journal for these cutie kids here for that. And this one I've already got put together. So I have papers here, right here. And here's another really large one. Life is short. Break the rules. Forgive quickly. Love truly. Laugh uncontrollably, and never regret anything that made you smile. So this is a really large one. And I can put larger papers. And then I have my Garfield one. But I might, oh, that's a pad. I might, see, this is kind of too thick for me. This is more of a, I think I was making or somebody was making don't know if I did this or if I got it in. Happy Mail was making a little, it's got a score line here that didn't get scored. I think I'm not sure when I was doing that. I think I was stenciling it. So let's put that over there now. And these here, these are kind of all cards over here. Hold on to these for me, Penelope. All right, so now I want papers. And I kind of like to mix things up. I'm going to put this card in here. I'm going to put it like that. This probably should go in the larger one. Although if I fold it in half, it could go in there. It's awfully pretty. Let's fold it this way for now. I'll come back to that. We'll put it in this. If I fold it in half, I need to tear it. And I don't mind if it's not torn straight. Because I'm going to fold it like that. It's pretty. It's pink on that side, but then I can open it up and put stuff in it. And that's going to go in this one here. And I can actually put some of these in there, one of them. And that's a sheet. Put a clear sheet in there. I have a contract score pad. I think that's for bridge. Individual scores. I don't know. I don't play bridge. I think this is some veterans paper that I got at the thrift store. It's got that song of, who wrote that song? I'm Proud to Be an American. And I think this is it too. I got a couple pads of that. And I got, this is for the smaller. Got another envelope here. Put that over there. It's a aged paper here. Can really go in there. It's kind of small for this, but look how aged that is. Looks like it's interesting paper. Put a sheet of it in there and a larger sheet. Oh, that's folded in half. Let's tear it here. These little journals are just for me out at the recliner when I'm sitting there. If I want to write something down, it doesn't have to be art stuff. Sometimes I journal what I did that week. Here's the story. Journaling card. That's cardboard, the Garfield. That's an envelope. More yellow paper. Yellow paper, yellow paper. And then this big card. But I think I was doing this for an art journal at one time. And I might have stopped. It's glued down. So I'm going to keep that separate. Is this enough, though? I don't think that's quite enough for me. So let's put another couple sheets of this in. Another sheet of this. Maybe a scorecard. What time is it? I got to keep it. It's 9:30. Probably about in 15 minutes I'm going to have to sign off. And let's see. I think I can put this card in there. I think I was going to put that card in there. And this. It's just kind of I call this scribbles from my daily life. When I journal them, I call it scribbles from my daily life. And I like this. This will be a nice summer one. Probably use it before summer. But I know I got this one. And then I'm building one over there. And I got my Garfield one. Is that thick enough for me? I fill these up pretty fast once I start scribbling in them. No, I don't want one of those. Let's take one of these again. And what else? Maybe a contract. And I think I should probably stop now. Did I have a pad over here? It was the same thing. It was a bridge pad. All right. We're going to call this one Put Together. I still have to stitch it. Straighten it out a little there. And I probably folded that one pretty crazy. And what time is it? 9:30. I'm going to bind this one. I'm going to bind that one. This one's ready to be bound. So these are in progress. I'm not going to put the rest of this one together. I know I like it as a smaller journal. I'll just put some pages in there. But I'm not going to bind it. I'm going to slip some papers in there. Maybe a contract paper. All right. So these and these are mostly cards here. You're a special friend. That would make a nice journal cover. Larger one. These and these and this and these papers are all going to go back in that little baggie that I had out. For the next time that I want to make a scribble journal. And I just kind of put it in the, don't try to zip it up. If I can get it in there. $20! I missed it. Oh. I want some Tombow markers. Okay, that's good. I'll put that in the bottom drawer after chat. So what I want to do, especially of this one, is the one I want to bind. And since it's summer, I think I will use this red. And all I do to bind these, really simple, is grab my and put 3 pamphlet stitches in there. Some of them I have put, I don't know if I want to do that here. See, I need a clip. I took all my bulldog clips out of here. Let me try a bobby pin. I need to order me some more bobby pins. I'm going to do it. Don't order them. I like my own kind. I don't like the ones you get at the dollar store. They're too thin. I'm going to order some from Amazon. Do not order me any bobby pins. I'm telling that because every time I say I need something, you guys order it for me. And it shows up in my mail, and then I feel guilty. All right, I want to grab a couple here. Yeah, we just need 2. I almost use them as bulldog clips sometimes. They're really handy. I like my bobby pins. Because I got such a long reach to them. These are the 3-inch ones. I like the 3-inch ones. There, see how that held that together very nice? Let's put another one over here. And you can't use really, really thick stuff because you'll bend the bobby pin out of shape. But then you just need to make a hole in there, drill it in there so it's nice. And sometimes I like to go through the other side, so then I know I'm coming through both ends, and make one down here at the bottom. And I think I'll make it so it catches this page too. So I'm probably about 1 1/4 inches from the bottom. But I don't care on my scribble journals because it's just to scribble in. I'm not really doing much art in them. And let's go through drill it, and then I like to come back through again so my needle can find its way from the back to the front. And then up at the top, now I'm not going to catch it up here at the top, this contract one. I'm going to catch it here and catch it right here. I'm going to do 2 holes up here, there and there. That went in pretty easy, but I want to do it from the back to the front. So, see, it's a little bit harder once you poke that in. I have a hard time finding and it's catching the edge of that yellow paper there and here. There. All right, now, Penelope, where'd you go? She said, I'm here, Mary. Did I take the big fat needles out of you? No, here. I like these needles that have the little curved point there. I like them to do this. And let's get my stuff. Penelope, I'm going to put you up above again. And you measure off 3. But I'm going to do the tassel on here. So here's 1, 2, 3. But I usually do like 15 or 20. Let's 3, 4, 5. We'll do 10. 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to make a tassel. And I'd like to do it as I'm binding it. That's 9. This is 10. And then what I do, I've got 10 on there, but I double that. So I just pull it through. Shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake the dickens out of it, Becky says. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. I like to double it because it is going to be binding. I don't use a wax thread or anything in it. I like the strength of the double thread. And just clip it there. And this will make me a nice fat tassel on here. Let's just clip it right in there. Put that red thread up there. And I'm going to bind it through the open ends here, because my threads will go through, but I want to get this even. Well, I could just cut it off, but I'm going to even these out and pull my threads even here. So I've got all of this to bind with. It's not too long. All right, and I've got to get my scissors out of the way. I'll keep my awl handy. And we'll probably just get this one bound in 5 minutes. I might go a little bit later. I can go until 10, but I don't like to go much later than that. Okay, so I start at the second hole up here. Put this through. Pull it, 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 pull it. I could start in the middle too. This time I'm just starting up at the top. Got to keep the threads from tangling. Pull it through, pull it through, pull it through till you get to that loop. There's the loop there. I'm just going to kind of, well, I could tuck it under my bobby pin or hold on to it for me. And then I'm going to come up to the top one, which I have to find it here. And that's why I always go through with my needle, my awl a second time. Put it through, pull it through. I don't want to go so fast that I tangle my thread, because if you have a long thread and go slow, you'll be okay. So just pull that through and put it through that loop that you have and pull it through. There you go. Simple as pie. You don't have to knot it or anything. That's what they call a blind knot. Then I'm going to come down here, go through the center, pull that through. Likes to get caught on stuff. Pull that through. And this, of course, is a simple binding stitch. It's not a simple pamphlet stitch. Put your needle through there, pull that through, pull it tight, as tight as you can. I don't always get these tight, but, and then you put it through the center here, and then you come back up. Let's make sure I got it in there without knotting it. And then I'm back up to the top over here, and I just put it through. You can put it through the hole and come back and get out again here, but you can also do this and just pull it through this way. And I usually tie a little knot up here at the top before I start my tassel, or I try to anyway. I'm going to. Look, aren't they cute? Little kids for the 4th of July. And I probably won't use this one until summer. I'll probably bind that other one and use that other one until summer. I'm still finishing out the one that I'm in. Started it in 2022. Now I'm ready to do what I call my tassels. See how that's all bound in there, so I can use it to write in. And I think I'm going to take these bobby pins off now because they'll get in my way. So to make the tassel, I kind of determine how long I want it. And we're just going to end it right here at the base of the page. So right about there. And then I turn it up like this and I make my loop. I'm going to make it a little longer because I'm going to shave it off. So I make a loop. I bring my thread down and then I bring it up again. And then to make I tie it here so the loop doesn't fall off. And what I do is I go on the top of that little half stitch that I did in there, and I pull it through this way, and I come between, I can show you the threads here. This is my needle thread. This is my loop. And I take my needle thread, and this is the eye of the needle and the point of the needle, and I pull my needle through my needle threads here because there's a loop going around that way. And that helps make a knot. You try to keep your tassel, your loop thread off and away from it. And I kind of hold on to it. And you just tighten that up. Tighten that knot up there. And that makes a knot so your tassel doesn't come undone. And then I will also take this and just to get it started, I'll do a shoelace knot here too. That kind of gets it tight in there so I don't lose my threads of my tassel. There we go. And then you do another loop. Make the loop. Come through the little 1/2 inch piece between your two sides of your needle thread here, and trying to keep that loop out of the way of your needle thread so it doesn't pull your loop in it, and just pull it through. And you can put it through here again because all you're doing is tying a knot. You just kind of want to knot it at there so those threads don't come out. Do another loop. And with a shorter thread like this, it goes really fast. On my larger journals, see, I'm already at probably the last, well, I might be able to get one more loop out of it. But I don't think I will. I think I'm at my last loop. And I'll just let the rest of the thread hang down. We'll pull that through there. And I'm going to go back through this again just for security purposes. And hold on to that and pull this tight. There we go. And I'm going to take this. I guess I can make one more little loop and put it in through here. It's going to be tight. And my needle come unthreaded. Let's go in it this way. And we'll make a knot up here at the top. And we'll let that one hang down. And there's my tassel. Now I'm going to trim this off because it's got its loops. Some of them are shorter and some of them are longer. I'm going to trim it right here with my scissors. Snip, snip. And this one is not as thick as tassels as some of my others were, but it's still a nice little tassel. Oh, you know, and I should have gone around it. That's what I should have done with that last thread, is did a wrap around. I didn't do a wrap around on my tassel. Let's see, it's 9:44. Let's do that because I want it. I just need a short length of thread here. I want this to have a little tassel wrap. I forgot to do that. It's been a while since I've done this. And we're just going to tie my thread there. And I'm just going to come up through here. And I'm going to tie it here. And we'll let that be a string. And I'm going to come through there. And then I'm going to hold this up like that. And then I'm just going to make one of those. I'm just going to wrap thread around here. This is a little bit harder for me. Just kind of tie those threads together in there. If I can get a hold of that needle. And pull that around. And let's put my needle through there. See, it makes a little tassel knot up at the top. And you can put a charm on this if you want. I don't know if I have a charm out. Come on, get in there. Without unthreading my needle, please. It wants to catch on everything. I like to clear my entire desk off when I'm doing this because this thread can get really fussy. All right. It unthreaded my needle. Let's thread it through that loop and pull it tight. And we'll just let that string go down. And we'll clip these off here. Get a little bit more of a haircut there. All right. And let's give Penelope back her needle. She says, thank you, Mary. Don't put the eye in me, put the point in me. And there's my little journal. Now, it probably needs a closure. What time is it? It's 9:46. For the closure. For the closure. Let's see what I can find. Let's see if I can find something little enough. Oh, something like something thin. Like this would make a nice closure. Do I have anything pretty? I'm just frantically digging through here for something pink and blue, maybe. I don't see anything right off the bat. There's some green down in there, but that's kind of... No, that's part of a doily. There's some... The pink is from the bag. What's this? I've got a chain. Let's use that, and I'll put all this back. What's that? That's pretty, but that's not what I want. Let's put all this back. So this is kind of trim. So what I use for these things, I just grab and go. Now I'm going to try. I don't know. I don't know if I want to chain. This is... I don't know if I want that for a closure. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, it's tied up here. Gotta... let's kind of get this out of my way for now. I'm going to get this done before 10. I want this chain to come here. And I just want to kind of, let's tie these two together, if I can, sort of. Tie these two together. If I can get my hand in there. And then I just kind of want to do a quickie twist here. It's not a twist, but it's got fabric around the chain. And I think I want a little bit more, so let me pull it tighter there. And twist, twist. This is not the way that K3N does it. Believe me, she's got a method, and I haven't quite mastered her method yet. She twists, she makes fabric twine, and I'm still learning how she does it. I have put it on a doorknob and just twisted it that way. And I can do what she does, but when I release it, all of this unreleases in here. And she told me what to do, and I haven't done it yet. I can't remember what she told me to do. I got to go back and review my notes. Okay, I'm gonna snip that off. I'm gonna tie a knot here real fast, if I can. I'm not sure if this chain is gonna work. If it doesn't, I'll just do something else later. I'm gonna tie a knot here. Where did it go? It's on a string there. I'll probably break it. But for now, it's just going to be like that. And like that. And you see, it needs to be, see, it kind of twisted here. And I haven't learned how it's twisted, but it's a loose twist. And I haven't learned how to do that tight twist yet. But that's okay for this. And then what I do is I just thread it through here. Like so. Get in there. Get in there. And then bring this one. Let's see, how did I do it? I bring this one back through here. Kind of have to stretch my thread a little. Get it under. Come on, get in there. My knot's not going under. Get in there. There. And then I bring that one through, and then I bring this one over. And I could do more with that, but for right now, I just want to close it up and tie it here maybe. And it could be a little bit longer. Let's see, this needs a little more length to it here. I get a hold of it here. It's this here. Needs a little bit more length there, I think. There. And there's my tassel, and I might end up taking this chain off and doing twisting something else in that fabric. But for right now, hopefully I can get this untied again. We'll see how that works. For right now, just like that. It's my scribble journal. And it is 9:52. I've had a really good time. We did the calendar page. We slow stitched. We did the Shakespeare page. We made our scribble journal. And we drew Sitting Bull. Mary, there's money in that envelope from Laura. That's where I'm at. Let's see. Did you guys say any more? Let me fix my chat filter here. Chat filter. Top messages. Chat filter. All messages. Awesome, Laura. Can anyone text her? Yeah, I think I got the money. I think you guys were. Yeah. I found the money. I was there. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kimberly, for everything. And I will see you tonight at 7:30. I'm going to work with this a little bit more. I might take this chain off. I'm not sure I'm happy with this. But it's a good experiment. Because I see it's coming undone here. So I might find another piece to twist with this fabric. And let's see, don't forget, today is Friday. Stacy Catitude is on. Who else is on? Is Paint Girly on? I don't know if she's on Friday or not. Barb Owen comes on this afternoon, Shannon, and somebody else, and I'll be on at 7:30. So have a great day, everybody. Start your weekend off right. Go do some art. Bye.